Okay, good afternoon. Let's get started. It is January 18th, 2023. Time is 4:03. It is good to see all of you virtually today. It's back to little boxes on the screen. It's been a while since we had a full virtual meeting. I think we went all of last year without having a virtual board meeting after meeting in 2020 and 2021. Most of the meetings were virtual. And last year we avoided this. I think it's much easier to hold a board meeting when people are in person as opposed to communicate over this medium, but we will do the best we can. So since this is the first time this board is meeting in a remote environment, I'm just going over some ground rule and protocols so that we are not talking over each other. If there is a presentation that is going on, we will listen to that presentation first. Let the presenter make the full presentation. Please take down your questions, board members. Save your questions to the very end. After the presentation, we will open the conversation up for questions from the board. And if you have a question, please raise your hand. You can do that virtually, or you can also get my attention by raising up your hand. Either way, let me acknowledge you first, so then you have the floor then, so to speak, to ask your question, so we are not talking over each other. Okay, and then I will get to all of your questions. We will proceed in a sequential manner with the board member questions, and then if you are not presenting, or if you are not going to be answering questions, and if you are not a board member, you can turn off your video, but you can listen in on audio. Sometimes that helps with the flow of things. So with that, so in attendance today are Director Mel Packham, Director Loma, Director Jurgensen, Director Art. I see Director Nelson, Director Bankus, and Director Daniels was here. I think I lost her somewhere, but she also, yeah, I see Director Daniels. Also in attendance are Superintendent Gall, the Secretary to the Board, Marcela Hidalgo is here, and we have a lot of the executive cabinet from Superintendent Gall's team. So we'll get right into it. The first item on the agenda is a memorandum of agreement with Friends of Children. And I'm really excited that the first item on the agenda is this item. I had the opportunity in the fall to attend a fundraiser hosted by Brother Luck, where I first got to hear about your program, Ms. Judy. And so I was really impressed, and we had a conversation about how we can partner and bring you to the district. And I think this has been internally behind the scenes. You've been working with Superintendent Gall, and it's good to see you here today and discuss this memorandum of agreement. I think that this is going to benefit our students. Superintendent Gall, good evening. I will hand it over to you right now, and you can take over and introduce our guest.
Great. Dr. Mel Packham on the board. Thanks for everyone's flexibility. I know the weather is hit or miss depending upon where you live, but we do want to show our dexterity and the ability to continue to meet regardless of Mother Nature. We're excited to bring Judy and the Friends of Children forward at really just a goodwill effort of how it is that we seek to reestablish, as part of our larger Mitchell promise, a promise to our community. They have a need and we have some space. And I'm going to let Chris take over and talk about what we think that MOU needs to cover. But you heard much of what Judy and Friends of Children had to offer when she came to the podium during our Mitchell Promise evening. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you, Superintendent Gall. Hello, everybody. I can see you all at one time. So tonight I am going to give you a very high-level overview of the MOA that I will be bringing to you for your approval on January 25th. It does require board approval because it is use of space that exceeds a 12-month period. Friends of Children is a fairly new nonprofit, and they are seeking some temporary space while they look for a permanent home. So this MOA is for a 3-year term. They will pay for cost of operations at the rate of $2.36 per square foot for the first year. That covers gas, water, sewage, and electricity. Every year, we will review that rate to cover any rate adjustments. But again, this is more of a goodwill. We're going to let them charge at the cost of operations. They will also be responsible for their own cleaning, their own trash pickup, and a few other internal house items, internet, that type of thing. I'm going to share my screen and show you the space that they will be occupying. Superintendent Gall, I can see you. Can you give me a thumbs up if you see my floor plan? Thank you, sir. Okay, so let me make this a tad bit smaller, bring this into perspective. This is the site plan or the school plan of Jack Swigert Aerospace Academy. This is Building C. This is the main building. Building C, we've had other occupants in there, but currently the school is not using this for any school purpose at this time. And Principal Nason is in the audience, who will be able to provide some commentary on his perspective of this partnership. But this yellow highlighted space represents the approximate 3,451 square feet that Friends of Children will be operating out of. And they have some designated parking. So right now, I am going to turn it over to Miss Judy Cara to give you an overview of what Friends of Children really does. And then her and Principal Nason will share with you their collaboration on this agreement.
Thanks a lot, Chris. And thank you all so much for your warm welcome. I really appreciate it. And I'm so grateful to have this opportunity to tell you a little bit more about Friends of the Children, and of course to answer any questions you may have. So Kathy's going to run the presentation for me that I'd like to share with you this evening. So I'll just wait for it to come up there. So Kathy, if you can move to the next one, that would be great. So as you may remember from when I came to the last board meeting, our program enrolls children between the ages of 4 and 6, and we pair them with full-time, highly trained mentors who are called Friends, hence the name of the organization, Friends of the Children. And we stay alongside that child for 12 years, no matter what. These are children who are facing significant challenges. They may be bouncing backwards and forwards between foster care and their biological parents. They may be the result of a teen pregnancy, so they might have a single mother who's not earning a lot of money and facing homelessness, or they may have one or both parents incarcerated. So moving along, the Colorado Springs chapter was launched in October 2021. So we don't yet have a lot of data to demonstrate our successes. However, the organization itself is almost 30 years old and now has 29 chapters across the US. So these success rates are based on the organization's history to date. I'm not big on reading a PowerPoint to people because I'm sure you're perfectly capable of doing that. But I do want to point out some of the data that goes with this. So the first one, 83% of program graduates earn a high school diploma or GED, even though more than 60% have a parent who didn't have the necessary support to complete high school themselves. On the second circle there, 93% avoid the juvenile justice system, though 50% have a parent who was impacted by the criminal justice system. 98% avoid early parenting, although 85% of the children in our program were born to a teen parent, and 92% go on to what we call the 3 E's. They enroll in post-secondary education, they enlist in the military, or they find living wage employment. So moving on to the next slide here. We have 6 core elements to our program. You can see what they are there. Like I said, I don't want to have to read the slides to you. So let's move on to the next one. So one of our core elements is that these are children who are facing the highest risks. We are looking for the children who are facing the most severe challenges, and you can see there what might constitute what we call some of the highest risks for these children. Moving on to the next slide, Kathy. People ask us, well, how do you select the children? You know, can parents sign up? Well, this isn't summer camp where the parents come along and sign up. We do have a pretty rigorous program, and key to the child selection process are schools, like the schools in School District 11. We work closely with school counselors so that they can refer children to us. They can explain to parents what the program is. Sometimes we have parents who are concerned that, oh gosh, we're a government agency that's coming after them because they've done something wrong. And so the school counselors are key in helping to select children who would be suitable for the program, and then introducing us to the families concerned. We also work closely with foster care agencies. We have a strong relationship, for example, with Fostering Hope here in Colorado Springs. And then we have a number of community partners, and they could be people like CPCD, the Head Start program, Centro de la Familia. We also work closely with the Department of Human Services, as I'm sure your staff do as well. So moving on, I think one of the key components, people always say to me, well, what makes Friends of the Children different than, say, Big Brothers Big Sisters or CASA? Those are both fine organizations, and I've actually volunteered with them myself in the past. The one thing that is really critical to our program is that our mentors are paid professionals who we train quite extensively. And so instead of using volunteers like many other organizations, we have staff members who are mentoring the children and who stay with us. You can see here the average tenure is over 5 years. Some of the friends in some of the chapters have been there for 20 years. It's kind of all over the place as to how long the mentors stay, but it's really a key part of the program that we are providing paid professional mentors. So moving on to the next slide, you'll see here, each of our friends is responsible for 8 children. They spend 4 hours a week with each of those children, and it's typically 2 hours in the school. We have MOUs with many of the school districts, including, of course, District 11, so that our mentors can go into the school with the child, sit in class with them if necessary, help them with their homework when they need some assistance or whatever. And if you do the math, that's 32 hours a week. The other time is spent entering information into our extensive national database, attending new trainings, whatever we require for the additional time with each of our friends. So moving on to the next one. We do commit for the long haul. As we say, it's 12 years no matter what. You'll see here that most of the children in the program have 2 to 3 friends during their time in the program. Some of that is intentional. We typically find that when children get into their teen years, and there are some very specific things that the mentors need to be trained for, such as suicide issues, which we know unfortunately are prevalent in the Pikes Peak region. It could be drugs, gangs, whatever. Typically, when the children get to a certain age, we make sure that their mentor is highly skilled in some of those issues so that they can assist the child to be successful. Moving on, here you'll see that the attention that the children get is very individualized and very intentional. We develop a roadmap for each child. When a child comes into the program, we take the first 6 months to evaluate them, what their interests are, what they want to do with their lives, what their goals are, and then we develop a roadmap for each child so that each child has a very, very individualized, I can't even say the word, individualized program. So moving on to the next one, homeschool community. As I've said, each child and their mentors spend time at the child's home, in the school. We have what we call a 2-gen approach, so that our mentors, our friends, are not just working with the child, but they're working with the caregivers, parents, to make sure that they have everything that they need, just like your community liaisons do. We want to make sure that we address issues like homelessness, food scarcity, and so on. And we have developed a number of community partners that we are already working with and have been addressing some of those issues already with the families and the children in our program. Moving on here. So one of the important components of Friends for the Children is that we are very data driven. It's really important to us that we gather data so that we can constantly identify ways to improve the program, make it stronger, make it better, make it more effective. And so we do a lot of data collection. Of course, that's highly confidential information, but we do want to make sure that we're always looking at ways to improve and to, like I said, help these children to be successful. So moving on again, the most important thing, and the reason that I'm here today, is to talk about our partnership with D11. Already our program director had attended a meeting for elementary counsellors last week, and we plan to do the same with counsellors and community liaisons, not just at elementary schools, but also the middle and high schools, because often those community liaisons and counsellors are aware of siblings in a family that could benefit from our services. So we are anxious to talk to them as well. Jim Nason and I have been talking about developing a mini mentor program at Swigert. This could involve things like the students there assisting the children in our program with their reading skills, with their homework, maybe going out playing basketball with them, just making sure that we have that constant interaction with the students who are at Swigert and we're not just in isolation there. And one of the things we have learned with this program, that student performance improves for the enrolled youth. So I'm sure Jim welcomes that aspect as well. And just something that cropped up last night, I didn't even have a chance to get on this slide, was that I was approached by Shields, the sporting goods store here in town. They support Friends of the Children nationwide, and they've been very generous in their support of Friends of the Children. And they last night contacted me about the possibility of sending 10 to 20 volunteers to help with a project for us, where they could also try out some of the things that they actually sell at the store. I contacted Jim about this to see if this could be a 3-way collaboration, that Shields support us both. And one of the things we were tossing around this morning was the possibility of Shields volunteers coming out to help with the Frisbee golf activities there at Swigert, maybe upgrading the equipment and so on. So there's all kinds of possibilities like that that we hope to bring to the table, so that we have a true collaboration with School District 11, but also particularly, of course, with Swigert and with Jim. So that's the end of my official presentation. Of course, I welcome questions, but I would love if there's an opportunity for Jim to just give his insights as to what he would see from our presence at Swigert. That would be fantastic.
Jim, Mr. Nason, are you available? I see you on my screen, so if you want to share something at this point in time. Okay. So we'll circle back to Principal Nason at some point in time. And then was Kathy the one that was running the presentation?
Yes, she was.
Okay, Kathy, could you pull up the presentation just for a minute? The very first page. So thank you. The thing that struck to me is this is a partnership that's right down our pathway. I mean, it's kind of destined in a way. And when I looked at your title out there, Friends of the Children, it's got 2 1s in there. Okay, and I thought this was you were trying to be, playing to District 11, but I went to your your original page out there, and that's how it is. You guys have 2 1s. That's the one-on-one partnership between the student and the mentor, the friend. So this partnership is destined to happen, I think. So you can take down the presentation.
I absolutely love that correlation with School District 11. I won't be able to look at the logo again without thinking of that.
Yeah. So board members, if you have questions, raise your hand up so I can go one by one. And I see Director Loma first. And if I see anybody else, put the hand up. Director Loma, you have the floor.
Oh, first of all, I appreciate the work you're doing. It's right up my alley. Are your mentors, are they volunteers or paid?
They are paid. We recruit full-time paid professional mentors. We actually just added 3 last week, and that will enable us to bring 24 more children on board. So they have been going through some pretty extensive training, and really it's everything, including things like CPR training, how to put a child's seat into their vehicles for when they're transporting the children. They have a 3-hour training just on that. There are a number of things like what happens when you're out with a child and you need to go to the restroom. You need to make sure that the child is safe during that time. There are so many different aspects to the training, but it's very, very thorough.
Yeah. And how many total mentors will you have once you're running full speed?
So with the 3 we just added, we will have 6, and then we have a commitment to add 3 more next year, and then we'll evaluate, see how we're doing and so on. But many of the chapters across the country have dozens of mentors. For example, in Harlem or the Bronx, they have so many. It's really going to depend on finding the right people for the job. I don't want to grow just for the sake of it. I want to make sure that we have the right mentors in place. And I'm sorry to say, and I know Superintendent Gold mentioned this, it would be nice if we ever reached the day where we didn't need to have programs like this. But for the time being, there is a significant need for these kinds of programs.
Yeah. And you alluded to the fact that some families are fearful. So I guess my question is, do you report when a child comes in? Do you report to the government?
No, we are mandatory reporters. If we see signs of abuse or drugs in the home, we are mandatory reporters. But we don't get involved in whether a family is documented or not, that kind of thing.
So only, well, we're all report. So only for sexual abuse or drug abuse you report?
If we, as unfortunately has happened, if one of our mentors arrives at a home and there are signs of domestic violence or bruises on the child, we are required to report that to the Department of Human Services.
Okay, and so your funding, I looked on your webpage, Gary and Christine Rude, who are they?
Oh, they have not provided funding to our chapter. That they have provided some funding for Friends of the Children nationally. The national headquarters are in Portland, and they apparently own a number of buildings like a gas station and so on that they are selling and are giving the proceeds to the national organization. But that isn't filtering down to me here.
Okay, well, thank you again. I appreciate your work. I can safely say that's right up my alley, what I do.
Well, I'll look forward to talking to you about that some more.
Me too.
Thank you. I'll get to you, Jason, in 1 minute. I think Principal Nason wanted to say a couple of words.
Oh, yes. Thank you for having me on this. And I apologize I wasn't able to get in earlier, but haven't used WebEx in a while, thank goodness. And so I had to relearn it. Meeting with Judy was great. And we do have a significant need in our area, not just in the district, for this type of a program. And we were able to shift some things, and due to unable to hire teachers, we were able to offer that space. So I appreciate the district working in partnership with Judy. And I think it will give our kids an opportunity to be part of that in a kind of just on the outside, but to be able to be mentors to come down and help with reading, help with math whenever possible. We're looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a great partnership and very supportive for the neighborhood in the Southeast area in general.
Thank you. Director Jurgensen.
I'm curious as to what the ratio of men to women counselors are in your organization.
You mean just amongst the mentors?
Yes.
Wait a minute, I have to do a quick tally. We have actually now, with the addition of our 3 new mentors, we have 3 males and 3 females. With this latest round of hiring, I wanted to make sure we had a higher ratio of bilingual mentors. And so we now have 3 mentors who are fluent in Spanish.
So pretty evenly split then as far as male to female goes.
Sorry?
Pretty evenly split then as male to female mentors go?
You mean on the bilingual aspect?
Or
Just in
overall, it
general?
sounds like.
Yes, it's evenly split. And we always pair boys with men and girls with women for some fairly obvious reasons.
Sure. Okay, great. Thank you.
Director Bankus.
Yeah, I just have 2 questions. I'm interested in an overall view of the skills that the mentors have when they apply for this job.
Yes, there are people who just think that we have some very rigid requirements. The only really rigid requirement is that they have a bachelor's and that they have had at least 2 years working with children. But quite honestly, beyond that, we have quite a variety. We have one of our friends ran youth programs for the YMCA in Houston before he came to us. One of our mentors was a basketball coach at a high school and then a college. And actually, he's an African-American gentleman who was in our program when he was a boy up in Portland. And now he is giving back by being a friend to other children. So it's a really lovely story with him. We have one of the women who just joined us, taught at an international school in Spain and returned to the country just recently, and is really anxious to work with the Hispanic children, because while she was in Spain, she's American, but she became very fluent. And while she was there, she also married a gentleman from Peru. So they use Spanish at home as well. So we just have a real interesting mix of mentors, but it really brings a lot of energy to the organization, and they have a variety of different skills, which makes it perfect.
Thank you. That really does represent a variety and some background that allows us to feel comfortable in having folks receive the training that you are providing and absorbing it into practice. The only other question I have is, how are you funded?
I go out and raise the money. Before the chapter opened, our national organization came to the Springs and met with a few obvious folks like El Pomar, Norwood Foundation, and so on, and raised some seed money. But beyond that, I make sure that we apply for appropriate grants and talk to individual donors who might be interested in supporting us. Just recently, I'm thrilled to say that we got a $300,000 BIPOC-related grant from the Denver Foundation. It's $100,000 a year for 3 years, and it is very much focused on supporting the BIPOC community. So I was just thrilled to get that one. They aren't all as generous, but it all helps wherever it comes from.
Thank you.
So if you know anyone who's looking to award money to a very good nonprofit, just let me know.
Actually, I do. And on your brochure, is your contact information on there?
Yes, there is.
I'll use that.
But there are a number of people on this call who can directly connect you to me if you would like to have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions from board members? Director Nelson.
Thank you for the work that you are doing. This sounds like a wonderful program. Can't hear me?
Director Nelson, we can't hear you.
Hear me now if I get closer?
Yes.
Okay, I guess I'm staying too far away. Little iffy. Okay, I'll speak up. Thank you for the work that you're doing. This is a wonderful program, and I'm very excited to be partnering with you. I'm curious how this came about that District 11 was able to partner with you. Why us?
Well, you know, my mother always taught me that if you don't ask, you don't get. And we were in a situation where our lease at CPCD ran out, and we've been going month to month while I look for a suitable location, because where we are right now with CPCD, there isn't room for a clubhouse for the children, which is really an integral part of the program. And so since we got such great support from your chair and from your superintendent for a fundraising dinner in October, I just reached out to the superintendent and said, hey, I have a need. Might you be able to help me? And his response was enthusiastic, and it just made my day. And so here we are now. Thanks to Superintendent Goll being very supportive of our program.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for President Milpacum also being supportive. I'm so glad that we're doing this. And I'm assuming that we're not just supporting D11 students with your program. It'll be across the city, correct?
Correct. We already have children in the program in addition to D11, but also Harrison School District 2, Widefield. We have another child in Fountain Fort Carson.
Awesome.
What I am hoping, though, is that we can develop a really strong rapport with the community liaisons and counselors in D11, so we can keep that pipeline coming to us from your district.
Do you find that there's a challenge with students that would certainly need this support but are aged out, you know, because you target the 4 to 6 year olds?
Yes, obviously there are older children who could benefit from the work that we do, but the research that the organization has conducted shows that the 12 years we stay with a child is pretty critical in the success rates that we get with them. But having said that, when one of our friends goes to pick up a child to maybe go to the zoo or something, if an older sibling is there, we don't want to exclude them. So we will take the siblings with us to do different activities. They just aren't an official part of the program.
That's great. My last question, I don't know if it would be for Mr. Mason or Miss Odom. So this is a 3-year contract. I don't know how we're looking as far as Swagger enrollment. I want to make sure that we are, you know, staying true to this agreement. It sounds like a wonderful program. We want to support it. But what if Swagger enrollment increases, which is ultimately what we do want? Is there a possibility that we would need that building before the 3 years are up, or do you not anticipate that being a problem?
Before Principal Nason answers his part of the question, I would like to let the board know that the contract is, or the agreement is written that if the school has a need for that space, then we would absolutely take priority. I would anticipate that we would do everything in our power to work with Friends of Children to keep them housed while supporting growth in our school. But I would like to turn it over to Principal Nason for projections.
Chris, this is Sherry Callback. I'm going to jump in for just a moment. Principal Nason just lost internet. So I'm asking him on text if there's anything that he would want to add.
And I would hope that if that situation came about, we as a district would find another facility that maybe we aren't utilizing and could still have that partnership. That would be my hope. I mean, I don't want to.
Just to regroup, the original idea was to bring
Superintendent Gall, we can't hear you.
as part of. Can you hear me now? No.
Just get closer, maybe. I don't know.
The original intent was to bring Judy over to Mitchell High School as part of the Mitchell Promise to Community, but that required too much retrofit of existing space. And then the forecast, even aggressively for enrollment at Swigert, has this outbuilding still giving us the opportunity to support the Friends of Children. We would seek to find a solution if 1,000 kids fall out of the sky and land at Swigert. We see this relationship as more than just utilization of space. Clearly, there are shared interests, and we're committed to being able to find that space for the Friends of Children going forward.
Very good.
And Jim shared that he is truly looking forward to working with the Friends of the Children organization and are hopeful that they can build a really solid component for our students moving forward.
Sounds great. Thank you. That's all I had.
So just to follow up that question, this building and space is not being used currently by the school. Okay, thank you. Dr. Loma, you had a quick follow-up?
Well, I'd like to propose something. I really appreciate what she's doing, but can we have a discussion about charging for utilities, but donating the space?
And
I have a question.
do you want me to answer that?
Okay, go ahead.
So in essence, that's what we're doing. We're allowing them to occupy the space just as long as they pay for utilities. Because that building is not separately metered, we have to charge on an estimated square footage. We are not charging any rent for use of space. Does that answer your question, Reverend Loma?
That does. I appreciate that. I wish we could not charge it for the utilities. I really do. But, the budget is there, but I'll still push for it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Couple of other questions, Ms. Cara. You said you have 6 friends, so that equates to about 48 students that you can take care of, right?
Yes, that's correct. And
So-
then we'll add another 24 children next year when I recruit 3 more friends.
Out of those 48 students, how much of those would be approximately District 11 students?
Oh gosh, now you're embarrassing me. I don't have that number in front of me. I believe, but don't quote me on this, I believe that we have 7 children in District 11 right now in the original 24. We haven't yet recruited the students for the next round of 24
Okay.
that we'll be bringing on board soon.
Yeah, which is fine. I know that every district has their needs. My hope is that with this partnership, you focus more on the District 11 students. And I know we have a need in our community, and a lot of our students come from that generational poverty and some of the, the foster homes and homelessness. We have all those big problems in our district with some of our students. I hope as you go along figuring out who the next 24 students are going to be, that you partner with our counselors, and hopefully most of them are District 11 students.
That's why we really want to develop a very strong relationship with the councillors and the community liaisons throughout the district so that we can get that pipeline of referrals coming to us.
Okay. Any further questions from the board before I move on this topic? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. Okay, I didn't see.
That's all right. Just one follow-up, and that is about when would we be looking at the the memorandum coming to us for an action item?
I think next week.
Thanks.
Okay. So thank you again. Just to summarize this, Ms. Cara, this program is really appealing to us. It helps our students, providing every opportunity for our students to graduate and enter into the workforce or pursue postgraduate education. As this board has been reiterating over the last several months, we are, as a board, committed to meeting the unique needs of every child. And as Superintendent Gall says, we want to ensure every child is known. And this program does just that. Especially the students that are the least advantaged and the most vulnerable in our community, whether that is generational poverty, hunger, foster care, or homelessness. And thank you for providing this roadmap for those students and meaningful experience for every child so they can be set up for success. And more than anything, I think this program and this partnership with a friend provides this child a sense of belonging and gives hope for the child. And by supporting this memorandum of agreement, this is another example that we collectively as a board are committed to meeting every child where they are in their K-12 educational journey and providing them the supports and resources to excel and exceed their potential. Another example of equity in action, whatever name you call it. And thank you for bringing this in front of the board.
Thank you so much for your warm welcome. I really appreciate it, and I'll look forward to seeing you all next week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So moving on, the next item on the agenda is LSIA. And this was a charter school that was conditionally approved by the board last year. And we have an update on the charter. I will hand it over to Superintendent Gall.
Yeah, if I could get Scott, can you bring your photo up and come live for me? There we go. Scott, you want to take the ball from here?
Sure. So good afternoon, everybody. It's good to see you. Yeah, so we had worked with LSIA certainly through 2022 to see if we could update their application a little bit. We tried to set a meeting with them through some weird things to try to help them buffer their application. Since last time you guys voted on them, they have lost a significant part of their management team. And when we tried to set up a meeting with them, unfortunately, they, like I said, through some weird extenuating circumstances, couldn't be there. And so, you know, the truth is, we had a lot of our folks around the district from different departments look at their application. We had the DAC team look at their application. And we just don't see that they're ready to launch at this particular time. So, Mike, I see you talking, but you're on mute.
We can't hear you, Mike. You got to come closer.
No, I was on mute. Scott, can you get to the recommendation for the board?
Yeah, the recommendation is, and we had talked to them about maybe withdrawing this application and coming back to us with a different one, with a new one for 23-24. Talking to Miss Jones, Alfreda Jones, they were resistant to that. So the recommendation is that we essentially we send a certified letter to them that basically says that, you know, that we're rejecting their application. So that's our recommendation.
Okay. So just a clarifying question out there. I think the board has already approved their application. So this would be revoking that previous permission that we've given them, right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, and so we've worked with our legal counsel about the way to do that. We've got to send a certified letter and an email to them to let them know, and that would go out based on what you guys all come up with today. We will do that. We would do that tomorrow.
Okay, but in your estimation, the experts that have evaluated their application and where they are in the process, you don't think they are ready to be up and running for
Right.
all of 2023?
Correct, sir. There's some very strong aspects of their application, but it's our collective belief that they're just not ready to launch, and it wouldn't be the best opportunity for students and part of D11.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other?
Brandon, I just want to ask if Brandon can replay some of the earlier history of the resources that we extended to LSIA based upon the board's previous approval prior to my coming in as the superintendent, because Brandon and I spent a lot of time this summer on getting them ready to launch, just to backfill people's memory on where they went from the original approval to no start this year. And then Scott and the team's review this year that they've not made any additional progress since that inability to start this year. Brandon, can you fill that gap?
Sure. Yeah, so if the board remembers, part of the conditional approval last year, a large part was enrollment based. There were some other conditions that were a part of that, but we were working closely with them to get that addressed. LSIA unfortunately wasn't able to kind of hit some of our enrollment metrics throughout the summer and then approaching the start of the school year. So we provided a significant level of support, kind of gave them, Dr. Kalki's office was wonderful in giving them kind of one name for an enrollment person in his office that was willing to call families, go attend events, kind of do whatever they needed to help boost up enrollment. Unfortunately, they weren't able to kind of hit that enrollment threshold that the board agreed to with the original contract. And then as Dr. Mendelsberg stated, then there was a separation between LSIA and X8 Global, their management partner. And if you remember the application and the contract, X8 Global had significant responsibility. And so unfortunately, as of this point, I don't think they've been able to kind of close all of those gaps. And so what was originally an enrollment issue has kind of grown into a larger issue with their ability to launch.
Okay, Director Nelson, I saw your hand go up. Yep.
I'm sure this is so disappointing to the people who wanted to start this charter. Will this come as a surprise to them that the board may go down this path and this letter will be received in the mail? Or are they aware that we as a district have concerns? And I guess a follow-up question would be, in that letter, will it give specific reasons as to why we are now changing the path?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Director Nelson. And so, no, it should not come as a surprise. We were pretty clear. I've talked to Alfreda Jones on the phone. We've exchanged emails about what the challenges were that we were seeing. Again, we tried to set up a meeting before the holiday break to sit with them and talk with them more about some of the challenges that we saw. They were unable to get there, but I really don't believe that this will come as a surprise to them. So that's the best answer I have for the first question. The second question is the letter, Director Nelson, is pretty generic about how these work. We don't get into those. I did send an email to Ms. Jones and give her some ideas about what our recommendation would be. But I also put it out there that, again, we would be more than happy to sit with them after this and work through some challenges that they have, again, when maybe they have a little bit more time and things like that, to buffer up their application as, if they decide to reapply.
And just for my own clarity, did I hear this correctly, Dr. Comfort, that there was a support out of Dr. K's office, an employee willing to reach out to families to help increase their enrollment? Is that what you said? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. K, and I apologize, I'm sure Dr. K can give you the name of the individual, but when we were in I was in daily communication with Mr. Donnell from X8 Global, who was representing LSIA, about the kind of enrollment troubles that they were facing, and we were trying to get the messaging out as much as possible for them. And so what we didn't want to be a barrier was our enrollment office or process. And so that's where Dr. K was kind of say, hey, this person is your go-to person. And that staff member was having daily communication with X8 Global as well to make sure that there wasn't a drop between a family that they thought was going to come to enroll that wasn't then coming to enroll. They offered to go to their events and help with enrollment. So I think they were trying to provide a lot of external support to make sure that our enrollment process wasn't a barrier.
I mean, that to me sounds like going above and beyond. And so I just want to say thank you for that willingness to the whole D11 team that is trying to support this dream that these people have to start a school. I mean, as an education institution ourselves, we should share that passion and hope that we can come alongside and partner. So just thank you for modeling that. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, so we were very specific when I joined the team to make sure that we were extending the resources required, particularly for new charters. And so we'll follow on with Scott in the letter for areas of remediation and continue to make the outreach to LSIA in the same way that we've maintained the relationship with Independence Hall, who has also applied and kind of then retracted for their position for next year.
Great, thank you all. That's all I had.
Thank you. Director Loma. Director Loma, you're on mute.
Yeah, I got it. Will they reapply at CSI, or they're going to wait? The first question I have. Does anybody know that?
We do not know if they would apply to CSI. Again, this is a charter that was approved by the board that failed to open and has not made significant improvements with a likelihood to open. I can't predict what CSI's position would be on that, but from the larger position of the district trying to present an equal and equitable opportunity for all schools, we have done our due diligence here and above and beyond. If they were to seek to go to CSI and be approved, my anticipation is that they would end up without the enrollment again next year, especially with the switch of the management team this late in the year. They're just not positioned for success. I think, my strategy has been clear that all schools that provide excellent opportunities for children should be considered. And so we've levied that same filter on this condition right now.
Yeah, okay, and the backstory I have lends credibility to D11's staff requirement and recommendation. I understand them. I never thought I would be saying this. But I guess the question, do we need to vote, or do you just have to send a letter?
We just have to send the letter.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's still some more conversation. The next process would be for us to present the letter. Go ahead, Chris. This is just a reverse of the original letter.
We don't have, there's no board vote needed.
Chris?
My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Mendelsberg or Dr. Comfort, that the board will have to vote by resolution to revoke that contract. There's posting time, is that correct? And then we're starting the notification time at this moment. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, and then thank you. Well, like I was going to say, I never thought I would say this, but I will probably vote to revoke the recommendation.
So Dr. Mendelsberg, is that the case? The board has to approve a resolution?
Yeah, that's my understanding of this. This is my first foray into this, but that is how I understand it from talking to our legal counsel, that that's what you do. And then the letter has already been drafted, but I was waiting to hear from you guys on an official vote on this and before we send it out, obviously.
Okay, if necessary, I can confirm that's the process with legal counsel.
Yeah.
Soon.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions from board members? Director Ott.
Thank you. I appreciate that there would be a vote, because it seems as if you do have a vote to approve, you should have a vote to unapprove. And doing that at a future meeting allows for public comment. And then we know that we've taken every step correctly. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Director Ott. I just want to confirm with legal that is the process. I don't know. I mean, we approved this application last year. Is that approval still valid? I'm not sure. I'll just confirm with legal and circle back with the board. And if it's necessary, put it on the board agenda next week, or whenever it is, as soon as I can get it on the board agenda. Any other comments or questions from board members on this topic? Director Nelson.
I would just ask that when it comes to the board for that vote, that either administration or you, President Melpacum, speak to the reasons behind why we're doing this. A lot of people aren't probably watching this work session, but board meetings are more, people tend to watch more. So you don't have to go into all the detail we did tonight, but just a brief summary to help inform the community of why this is taking place at this time. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you. And like Superintendent Gall, yes.
Yeah, we'll make sure that we post those conditions not met and the recommendation for canceling that contract in the resolution. That would be posted.
Thank you. And as Superintendent Gall mentioned, we are all about supporting charters too, if they are effective and high quality charters providing service that our community needs. And if that is not happening, then we make sure that we are being diligent in that process too. So thank you. Seeing no further, okay.
Thank you. Just wanted to check and see if there was a timeline then. So if it comes to us next week, then what would that like that the letter goes out? Would it be like the next day if we vote on it next week?
Yeah, and I'm going to lean on Chris Odom here a little bit too, but I will tell you, I know we have a 15-day window from when we make the resolution. We have a 15-day window. I see Odom nodding her head yes, so that makes me feel better. We get too far into the weeds on this, I get lost, but I think that's the right play.
But that would be if we voted on it next Wednesday, then it's 2 weeks to send the letter after that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I can confirm all that behind the scenes and circle back with the board. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you for this agenda item. Moving on, the third item on the agenda is the bond conversation. I think we had a discussion on this topic in August, the beginning of this academic year. Now we get an update from Superintendent Gall and administration on that. I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, President Melpacum, and to the board. We committed earlier in the year to building a timeline to ensure that the board had the proper information on when and how to make a decision for a potential bond in either November of 23 or 24. So Chris has built a timeline. I'll let her take this slide over here and share and open up for discussion. Chief Odom.
Thank you so much. Maricela, is that timeline hung? It's the same timeline that I presented in August. And what we are, right now, if we want to have execute a bond election question in 2023, we really need to get going now. But if the board's more inclined to a 2024 election question, we have more time to do some additional work. We are going to start with oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm at a loss for words.
A demographer study.
Thank you.
and
Thank
a
you.
new
I
FMP.
apologize. I'm sorry. We're going to start with the demographer study, and then following the finalization or some updates, some tweaking to the academic master plan, we would execute a facility master plan that mirrors and complements the academic master plan that is derived from the demographer study. Now this, right now, the initial market study that I'm pulsing indicates that several districts, both in Colorado and nationwide, are seeking new strategies post-COVID. We're all feeling the same pain. We're all dropping in enrollment, and we're all trying to find new strategies to grow enrollment and maybe change some business models. But that trajectory has a timeline that I need to get going on pretty soon. So the demographer study, that's about a 3 to 4 week process. We're getting started on that, but after that, I would need to know from the board. So any particular questions on or guidance on a 23 or 2024? And then I can come back with more input and updates.
Chief Odom, the other item, if you could bring up again, is the idea of hiring a bond campaign manager and the lead time it would take to be able to do that. That was another trigger on that timeline.
Yeah, that is, I'm looking for that time. I don't have that sheet in front of me. I apologize. Maricela, is that posted?
I can pull it up if you like.
I appreciate that. So while Maricela is pulling that timeline up, for us to hire out of, we can do a, that timeline takes about 6 to 8 weeks. And then to do a, oh my goodness, I am struggling. I apologize. It would probably take over the summer timeline. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am so sorry. I am enlarging this. So right here in the May timeline. Maricela, can you enlarge that? I've made it as big as I can on my end. Thank you. So you'll see that we need to start making some decisions on scoping our ask for the election question. We need to be able to have in the January timeframe. And in January through April, we need to be having multiple communications within our community and our school SACs, our school PTAs. Come May, May is when we would want to be able to have communication with our vendor for polling and try and get not setting the election question, but scoping the content of it in the June timeframe. You'll see in June, we would also finalize some polling information. Polling would typically run in the June and July timeframe. And then when we come back in August, we would draft the ballot. Now, the key in the drafting of the ballot question is once it hits non-action, we are held to the Fair Campaign Practices Act, and we have to comply with that. So whenever that hits the non-action meeting, that's when we'd have to comply. But we pretty much need to have our question scoped, our facility master plan scoped, all of our work done in June, so we could go poll what we need to poll for our constituents to get a feel on its success. So that is a very broad process, and I'll just pause for any questions you all might have. Superintendent Gold, did I address everything you were hoping for?
Yes, I think the board needs to determine what they believe is their best strategy. One, if they think there's a bond need that they want to go forward with, is the will of the board. And then secondly, the timing behind the 4 seats that are available in this coming November, or the presidential election in the following November, of which there would be no board seats. So I think it's really just a strategy discussion at this point. For the board's knowledge, we will go forward in pushing for the demographer study and the rework of the FMP, as they are both advantageous to the internal workings of the district at this current time. And it's pay me now or pay me later, just for that work. And we believe that in the vacancy fund balance that exists right now, those 2 small budgetary items are the right way for us to continue to position the board to be able to act appropriately on their larger strategy.
So thank you, Superintendent Gall and Chief Odom. Just a quick couple of questions. Looking at the timeline, the demographer study could be available and presented to the board sometime in March. Would that, if it takes a month or so to finish it, can we expect that demographer study by March?
Yes, I would say right around spring break. I am going to be working with a team with the area superintendents to get some feedback on a few inputs on scoping what we want the demographer to give us on some ideas. But yes, I believe by spring break, that's a good timeline.
Okay, and then going and revisiting the facilities master plan and probably refreshing it or changing some of it to align with the direction the AMP is going and the current board priorities, and identifying the capital projects funding list in that FMP. How long would that process take?
We're estimating anywhere 6 to 8 months, depending on the level of community involvement and how much scoping we're going to have to do. We will have to compete it because it will be a large requirement, but we're guesstimating 6 to 8 months.
So if it takes 6 to 8 months to get a new FMP or refreshed FMP, and without that, we may not know what the ask is with the bond.
I could start, if I had to do it now, I could start now, and then the timeline for the FMP could catch up with the other requirements that we're starting. Does that make sense? That's why I kind of need to know, if you want to go 2023, I need to get a hopping, so to speak.
Yeah, I want to just interject a bit of a strategy twist here. The FMP, the data exists and it needs a refresh, but it really just needs to meet what it is the board believes it would want to ask for. And so, albeit there is a procurement stumble or obstacle for us to overcome by having to compete it, I know a lot of folks in the construction industry that are telling me that they can turn what we already have into the board priorities in 30 to 60 days after we could get them signed on to do that work. The work is there. We just have to decide, do we want to say we need X hundreds of millions of dollars? Is it mostly for deferred maintenance? Is it more for the construction of new schools? Is it for Colorado Springs School District 11 Vision 2050? These are the things that come with the strategy of the board. The need is so great that I think we just have to be specific on how it is that we want to tailor the bond, or that you want to tailor the bond based upon the priorities of the board. So, albeit I think the demographer study is critical for the foundational work that we're trying to do, 1 on enrollment, 2 on AMP, and then to inform the bond, I think really the strategy of the board informs the presentation of the FMP, because the need is just there. It's still there from the last failed bond. So it's, how do we take that stack of data and now tell it in a story that is more aligned to the vision and the board priorities, the desire for accountability in that system from the community, and then building towards a vision that brings all taxpayers and constituents into that same space. So I'm not afraid of, even if it were a 4 to 6 month lift, I think that just has to be done at the same time that we're at that June timeframe, where we're really going in with the polling to understand what it is that the opportunity is.
Okay, thank you. And I saw a couple of board directors' hands go up. I see you, Director.
Can you hear me? Thank you. So I'm curious, Ms. Odom, if you can help me based on what the lobbyist said at the beginning of the year, how this is tying in with choosing when we ask, when we pose the question. I know he mentioned something about how it would affect bond questions and if we should or will be able to or something like that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that question. When I asked the lobbyist if we were to, should we not pursue moving forward with any type of bond or MLO election question, his recommendation was absolutely continue to proceed forward. You know, his job is to share what is coming, and before it gets introduced and all the conversations start happening, he doesn't know how this is going to end up, but he does not anticipate that this is going to have a high likelihood of passing. So his recommendation is to continue, and that we're not going to have to worry about not being able to pass any type of bond or mill levy election question. Does that help with? Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other thoughts from board members? Okay, Director Nelson.
Remind me what kind of information we'll get out of that demographer study. Like we know 10,000 students live in D11 boundaries but are choicing out. Did that come out of the demographer study, or was that our own internal work?
Superintendent Gold, do you want to go first, or do you want me to try and then you tag team with me?
I'll go first this time. It's a little bit of both. We have the data, but they can certainly answer the questions that we ask. I think that is certainly one of the questions that we will be asking, is not just who do we lose to charters, who do we lose to parochial schools, there are other, how many families are homeschooling. I think the thing that our team really wants to get an understanding on is we saw higher than expected growth in enrollment in elementary schools in the southeast part of the city. Is that a demand signal due to the shift of cost of living expenses in the Metro Denver, and that families are now moving further south, and the most affordable part of the city is the southeast? So that's one question, is there a general costing out of Denver that is now impacting Colorado Springs more favorably for growth? I think the second thing for us to answer, and we've had this side conversation before, is what does the large amount of multi-family units being built downtown and around the I-25 corridor mean to the future growth of District 11? That's a pattern that I don't think is represented well in the 2018 study, because we saw a lot of decreasing older families being the primary residents of District 11, but we're certainly seeing a lot of apartments and condos go up in spaces that we hadn't seen before. So I think it's a lot of everything, but we get to ask the questions that we want to have answered, and then there's just the general nature of what a demographer study would provide.
And what does that cost, a demographer study?
Chris?
Less than 25,000, usually ballpark 20 to 25.
I was just curious. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Are you done, Director Nelson, for now? Okay, Director Jurgensen.
Yeah, just my concern, I think, with us pursuing it this fall is low voter turnout, typical in like off-cycle elections, and then just with the state of the economy, the financial aspect of it as an advisor and hearing all of our market outlooks and things is all fresh in my mind after a couple of webinars today. But Fed calming down, rate hikes, probably not cutting rates for the remainder of this year, how the market will respond because they think they're going to cut rates and they historically haven't. Then people just dealing with extended inflation, energy costs, shortages, things like that. I think trying to ask some people, even if we come out of it midsummer, to ask people in November to do something like this is not palatable for many families. So that's my main concern. I think if you waited another year, you'd have the higher voter turnout in a presidential election. But I think you really would have, markets would figure it out. Recession would be, tailing off and over, and hopefully a lot of things would be settled down by then. So just the advisor aspect of finances and then just, everybody's real life experiences of, where do I find eggs and gas being up again because of the cold snap in the refinery areas of the country. It's just all, in people's heads right now. And I think it's going to be hard for us to do anything beneficial in that bond space this November. So those are just my thoughts. Election, board member elections aside, I think it's just not a good timing piece is my opinion there.
Okay, thank you. Director Bankus.
When I looked at the planning timeline, because I can go either way, I can take a look and say, there's a lot of excitement in District 11. We are making progress. We're not where we want to be, but the trend is in a positive direction. We are attracting more folks. We're getting the message out. Mr. Gall has been out in the community to gather that support. And in this timeline, it really does in the January to April timeframe, reaches out to our stakeholders. And it really, just as Jason has said, it really depends on where our community members are on the success of anything that we put forward. So I want that information before we, and we have the time before we make a decision, but I think it's important for us to start the process so that we know, we get a feel for what people are saying out there. And we can't get this done until that happens. Are we in a better position this year than we will be next year? Will things be worse? Instead of, what did I pay? $5.99 for a dozen of eggs this year? Will it be $7.99 next year? And I don't know the answer to that. None of us do. So it really depends on where the hearts and minds of our voters are to commit. But I think we need to get the information. And that's on the timeline. And I'm pleased with the timeline and the way in which it's organized so that we get that body of evidence before we as a board who represent the voters make a decision. Thank you.
Director Loma.
I agree with everybody said. I don't think it would be good for that question to be posed during a board election. I think it'll conflict with the campaign of those who are going to seek election. It'll get muddled in that. But the more data we get, the better. It's always good. I love data. I think I would rather hold off a year and really, my knee-jerk reaction is to hold off this year and wait till the following year. But like Dr. Banky said, if the community says that we can show that they want it, well then that may change my mind. But for the most part, I think it would be best to do this on the following year. That's it.
Director Bankus.
Thank you, Director Loma. You're absolutely right. I can hear the campaigns now as the candidates come forward and they want to present them best selves as the new leadership on the board. And your point is well taken. Thank you for putting that information into the mix.
Director Hart.
Thank you. Two comments. One, if we'd like to know what our community is thinking, to Director Bankas's point, I'm curious if you see the follow through of doing a survey this spring, or are you thinking just going to various community groups? So that's one question. And second, I would be curious, we have to pay for participation in the ballot. And so this fall, we are automatically paying anyway. Chris, do you remember, or if Phoebe's on the call, maybe she can tell us, what is the expense if we decide to also participate in 2024? There will be an additional expense, and I'm thinking it's tens of thousands of dollars, maybe just 20,000, but maybe more.
Chief Bailey, is it okay if I try and answer? Oh, okay. So my recollection of participating in the election is based on how many questions you have, and then your voter, how many people are voting in your boundaries. I want to say it was near $150,000 to $175,000. So that's what it costs the district to run a board election. And then we would add to that cost to add another election question.
And so if that's if we did it next year. And then if we did it in a non-board election year, so 2024, are we still paying that $100,000 plus?
So I'm going to go out on a limb, and from my recollection, the more people that participate in the election, the lower the cost to each of the participants. So likely, because 2024 is a general election year, we would have more participation. Therefore, our cost is estimated or projected to be lower. But I don't know the cost, to be quite honest. I don't have that available. I don't remember what that was off the top of my head. I apologize.
Chief Odom, I think you are exactly right. I recall Glenn Gustafson sharing some of the same information a year or two back. The board approved at that time roughly $100,000 or $150,000, if I remember right. But that was for the board general election, along with the election question. This was in 2021, I think. The bigger thing is the cost of $100,000 or $150,000. I'm not minimizing that, but we as a board have to figure out, we may get this one opportunity at this time. We already went to the community one time in 2021, and the bond narrowly failed. So if we are going a second time, this may be the final opportunity we get to go out there to the community to get this bond passed. We can go back there. If this fails in 2023, go back there a third time in 2024 after the citizens have rejected it twice. So my feedback would be that we strategize and figure out the best opportunity when this bond would be successful. The need is obvious for the District 11. We just have to find the right time to go and ask this community. Director Art, do you have any other questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Superintendent Gall.
Chris, can you provide the board for the retreat that they have scheduled on the 31st, that data that I think came from either Glenn or the previous lobbyist on participation rates by election type of years? So the board can further strategize. We don't need a decision from the board. We will present in either some of the stuff I can handle with contingency, but I think the idea of continuing along the timeline has been generally agreed upon for the board to be able to figure out as a decision point comes forward.
Yes, I can provide that information. Would you like for me to send it to you or send it to the board and Maricela?
Just send it to Maricela right now, and then I'll look at it with her and we'll package it, whether or not it comes in the retreat or not. But I don't want to force the board into a strategy decision without additional information that we know that's available.
Right. Just to answer that question, Superintendent Gall, when I attended the CASB meeting in December, I did meet with a couple of people who made those presentations. These are the bond or MLO strategist, and they provided the same information to me, the demographic breakdown and voter participation in an off-year election and in a general election year. And I think that information I already forwarded to the board, but I can look it up and forward that back to you and Chief Odom too. Is that the information you're asking for? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Director Nelson.
Just wanted to say that I'm in agreement with some of the other board directors that have shared a hesitancy to go for a bond this year. Without the data, my gut instinct is to say to hold off until another year, that it would be a presidential election year, getting more turnout and not having the confusion of board director election at the same time. And with the economy and inflation the way it is currently, I don't, my gut is that this is not the right time to go for a bond. But as we move down the timeline and get more data, if it sways me, then, you know, I'll try and make an informed decision, not go off of instincts in that case. But just wanted to put my 2 cents in that I have a lot of reservations about it at this time. And I'll just also chiming in that with the previous bond, I heard a lot about District 11 and that we learned in that last work session that we have the highest MLO per pupil funding in the state. And the feedback that I heard consistently with the last bond was, we give you all this money and then our kids are still performing poorly. And we are, as our Director Bankus stated, trending in the right direction. But, you know, if we have a little more time under our belt to prove out that we are turning things around academically, then that could only be beneficial to the community understanding and wanting to support a bond. So I'll just add that in there as well.
Thank you, Director Nelson. Any other thoughts or comments at this point in time from board? Okay, seeing none, Superintendent Gall, the feedback that I mean, to summarize some of the thoughts of the board, one, let's go ahead with that demographer study and present that information to the board, and also refresh the facilities master plan so we have all that data in front of us, and then if necessary, we can make an informed decision going into May and June. We need a list of capital priority projects that we can go and take to our community and say, these are the things a $400 million or $500 million bond is going to get from you investing your tax dollars in there. But without having that list, and these have got to be priority projects, not just just around the edges or whatever it is. So if we can get that information, that will help us. I'll get to you, Director Loma. And then if we can get that information, that will help us make that decision. But I hear there is significant resistance at this time from the board also, that this may not be the right opportunity to go for it. My concern, one is that if all this is going to be rushed, do we have enough time to go out into our community with this plan if we come up with a facilities master plan and then present that to the community in cafes or town hall meetings and then get feedback from them and then revise the plan accordingly before we put the bond election in question. But it's good to have all this in motion, even if we want to go in November of 2024. We will have all this data going into August, September, so we can August and September of 2023, so we can start talking to our employee groups, start talking to PTAs, start talking to our our staff and community on what we need to do in November of 2024. Director Loma.
You sort of thought we also have to consider if we didn't get the bond, would any school closures be on the table? So I would like that to be part of the study as well.
Yeah, thank you. And that will all be part of the facilities master plan. The previous plan called for repurposing some of our schools. And I think that would kind of be a similar direction as we refresh that plan. Director Bankus.
And I recall a conversation at a work session earlier on in reference to a bond issue, and our scores haven't come up, or they're on an upward trend, but they're not where you need to be. And that earlier conversation was around the fact that the bond issue is a facilities issue. It's not an academic issue. How clear are we on presenting that to our community? And I think that message, if and when we go for a bond, has to be really clear. If this money is not going toward academics, folks need to know that. They can't go. My thinking is that the conversation revolves around we're shoring up these buildings that are not fully used, and my bills are going up. So how is that possible? Maybe we need to close schools. Again, that's why that demographics and the information that's going out through all the things that are listed in this plan, which I think is a good plan, needs to be brought up and brought to the surface. So whether we do it this year or we do it next year, that we have made it clear to our community, this money is only for facilities. It has nothing to do with, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding. It has nothing to do with academics and hiring teachers and training and all the things that we expect out of a public school. Thank you.
Anything else you need from the board at this time, Superintendent Gall?
No, I just want to close the loop and dovetail on Director Bankus's comment that the goal is for the FMP to be clearly in support of the AMP. There was a bit of a disconnect, in my humble opinion, and I wasn't a part of the work, and I know there was a different board and there were different restrictions, but the FMP communicated a lot about deferred maintenance and not a lot about envisioning a 2050 or a 2075 Colorado Springs School District 11. That's the work of my team in conjunction with a partner to help us tell that story, to provide on timeline to the board. So I think this has been a very robust conversation. I know it feels rushed, but we are on timeline, which is why we brought it to this work session for the board to be able to continue to look at it. The only other thing I'll add is this is the last year that this board will look like this board. This is the last year that these 7 people get to say, we were in office to be the people who turned this district in this direction. No matter how the vote goes next, somebody will come in on a different agenda item as they take a seat in next January. That may be for better, that may be for worse. I like to think it's always for better because it's responsive to the constituents that we all serve. But the question I think you all will need to discuss in private is do we want to make our hallmark moment just the hiring of a new team or passing the bond? Or do you want to pass the bond to the next board to grapple with? Because it won't be this same board again.
Well, thank you for putting that wonderful thought into our head right now. We don't have enough stress in our lives, so let's figure this out too. So thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate the discussion. So what I hear at least is that we need a little bit more information, the demographic study and a revised facilities master plan that aligns with the AMP. Once we have that, then we can bring this discussion back to the board at some future point in time and then decide if by that time we have enough information on the economy and the inflation, whether 23 is the right time or 24. Okay, thank you. Moving on. The next item on the agenda is the mid-year academic data. This is the assessment data that happened right before the Christmas break, the winter break. So we had an extensive document that was uploaded on Board Docs by Dr. Kalki. So I will hand it over to Superintendent Gall.
Thanks, Dr. Malpacum. We are super excited. I will not do a very long intro. I will just say that there are two main takeaways. One, we have a long way to go. Two, where it is that we spent the preponderance of our time, which has been on the 17 priority schools, as many of you have been helping us revise and refine those USIPs. We saw very strong and very positive growth. This mid-year data is reflective of just some 52 or 53 days of instruction, and it is our first year using this interim assessment. But we really like what we see. It shows that the strategy of coherence and alignment and using central office as a support to schools instead of just a report of schools is showing very, very strong indications of growth and opportunity. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Kalki, and then we'll go for it. I think he's going to build a couple of breaks in there for general questions, so we don't go an hour before somebody can ask a question.
Thank you. Thanks for the time, and I know we put a lot on you guys for homework, so hopefully you got a chance to see all that and look through that, and then we'll just have some questions. So I'll try to go relatively quick, hit the highlights, give you some real things that I want to pull out to look at for both positive and areas of growth. I've also invited Dr. Mason to join us on this call if you have any questions about the specific tool, since he did the great work of getting us set up with this vendor. So if there's questions about that, I will go ahead. Should I go? Maricela, should I share from my machine or from yours?
If you wouldn't mind sharing it from yours so that you can advance at your rate, that would be great. Thank you.
All right, so I'll get myself set up here.
Yeah, I think I got the first couple of intro slides. I just wanted to reframe that idea of the strategy that we've brought to bear this year as a team, reflective of the need. I won't belabor these points, but I just wanted to set the conditions. When you get the slideshow there, you can just go to the first slide.
I am spinning. I apologize.
It's the Black Forest upload. There it's, oh, that looked good. That was just where you moved your mouse.
Yes. And this all set up and ready to go. Here I am. And I'll stop this screen share for just a moment.
Try it one more time, David. If you can't get it, Maricela might be able to, since she's in the building on the network.
Yeah, I'm just refreshing now.
I'll fill the space with the ever-growing drama of school closure. We have a little text chain with all the area superintendents, and District 20 said they took an awful lot of heat for remaining open today. And anyone who lives on the north side of town knows that there was a pretty significant amount of snow that fell unexpectedly this afternoon. So while we are 99% roads clear here in District 11 and ready to open on time, you can all expect to hear some delays in 20 and 38 again, based upon that late snow ban. But we are on time and ready to operate a full day tomorrow.
Well, having come from downtown last night after 10 o'clock, when I found that we had closed schools, I thought it was the right decision because although there wasn't much snow, those streets were not plowed. And driving from downtown, and I thought about you only because You don't have to drive, you can walk. But I didn't, I had to drive, and it was very scary. You could see the marks in the road on the ice. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, great. Go ahead, David. Go to the second slide. I'll go through these quickly.
Okay, I'm just going to, oh, it's sharing. Okay, oh, we got it.
Sharing.
Okay.
Will it go into display mode, or do we have to do it this way? There's that little top button that you're the secret master of.
It's currently displaying President Malpackham's screen.
Oh, Parth, you're sharing. Gotcha. Oh, now it's gone.
Okay. I wasn't even sure how I ended up doing that. Do you want me to share that?
Maricela, can you share, please?
I think I have it.
Wait, here we go.
Okay.
David thinks he's got it.
There we go.
There we go. Perfect. Next slide. These are repeat slides from earlier board meetings. This idea of coherence and alignment, what I really want to focus on is the previous decision of the board and other administration to lean in on best first instruction, and then really to the red band. This idea, the area superintendent model, this network structure that we've put forward has really started to show its impact in mid-year growth, particularly on our priority schools. They're continually doubling down on professional development as a tool to get our leaders on strategy and the resources that they need. And moving that PD office over to the CAO has also been really, really impactful for our ability to get PD where we need to get it to quickly. Next slide. This is a new slide, but it communicates a previous version of slides. Again, going back to the network structure, if you look at the quarter radial in the bottom right-hand corner, we start with a school. Our way that we wrap around that school is a one plan. We put an area model. We have K-12 PD, best first instruction, and we have a lot of very specific slides today on special populations. Everything is built around best first instruction, and we have spent the preponderance of our time this year developing our PD and our instructional strategies on mathematics. You will see those numbers resonate loud and clear. We all know that math is easier from a curricular standpoint because you can buy K-8 Eureka Math, Eureka Squared off the shelf. ELA is a much more complex decoding and scaffolding to understand how to make up ground for students. If I use my rudimentary example, kids who can't multiply have foundational lacking skills in addition. Kids who can't read, it's not as easy. It might be fluency. It might be chunking. It might be a learning disability. It could be one of a variety of other issues. Tamara and her team, you'll see in some of the slides going forward, have very specific plans on ELA that we will develop this fall for us to have hopefully some end of year data showing strong growth in ELA, but then definitely again going next year. Next slide. Slowly to the next slide. I just share this again, and you can immediately go to the next slide. This is a build that I talk about. The real main strategy to make up lost learning for children is how do we extend the time and the quality of the time that we have our kids. That doesn't just mean adding time to the day. Go ahead, next slide. So the upper right-hand corner was at the systems level. At the school level, the district has been, and the board has been very supportive of these main initiatives. After school tutoring, when this idea of repurposing, you go back one, there we go, repurposing the after-school clubs, curriculum-based assessments, interim assessments. Instead of spending time constantly creating homegrown interim assessments, we have the tools through both Eureka Squared and through STAR to be able to pull them and modify them against our needs. The decision last year to extend 30 minutes in the day and shifting to how we measure our performance to be outcome. And this is not about test scores. This is about, did the input produce the outcome? And as I shared with President Malpackham last week, and it will come to next board meeting, our next work session in our quality neighborhood schools, our framework on how we're delivering and measuring best first instruction is about, are we seeing changes in outcomes in the way that we're engaging our students, adding rigor, and coming in with purposeful planning. Next slide. Okay, now I'm going to shift over to David. just to show that we've been very intentional to get where we are right now. The open question is how much more, we have a lot more work to do to be able to get all our students, not just to the growth that we need, but to the achievement that they deserve. Go ahead, David.
Thank you. So I'll jump in here. First of all, we're going to take an overview of just the tools itself and the way that we can measure these various outcomes. So the agenda is we're going to take a little bit of a dive into what a percentile is, what a performance level is, and what a median growth percentile is, so MGP. And we'll look at district results, then elementary, then middle, then high, and then take a little bit of time to look at priority improvement results. As you saw from the packet, there's a large appendix as well. So if you have any questions about that, we can spend some time talking about that, but I won't present directly from the appendix. So what we have here, we'll take a look at all of these at the various levels by percentiles. Percentile is probably the best metric we can use because it is a nationally normed metric. So this is telling us how we're comparing, how our students are comparing to the national sample that STAR generates through their tool. So they help us understand where students rank in comparison to their peers. And this is all in quartiles. So you'll see 4 different sections, the top being the top 25% down to the bottom 25%. So each of them broken up into a quartile, and gives the percentage of our students. So those numbers are the percentages in each quartile. So example, 20% of students in D11 were in the top quartile and 36% in the bottom quartile on this diagram. Then we'll also take a look at performance levels. So the next question is, when we take a nationally normed sample, how are students doing compared to the nation? We need to also ask how are students going to probably do on the CMAS. What will our CMAS results look like? So we have that ability with STAR to look at performance level results tied to the scale score cut points that the state uses, the CDE uses. So we take those same numbers and then we look at it on a 5-band scale that's reflective of our CMAS school performance frameworks. So levels 4 and 5 are considered on track. You can also think about those as being at grade level or above, performing at grade level. And then we have approaching, partially met, and did not yet meet. And so we'll take a look at the percentage of students that land in each of those. So 20% by way of example, 20% of D11 6th graders were on track in math this winter. We'll take a deeper dive on that. And then finally, we'll look at each one with a median growth percentile, MGP. This is the exact calculation that the state uses, so there's no guessing for us as to where our MGP numbers will land. Student growth percentiles show how a student has grown by comparing their growth with their academic peers' growth. So students are pooled in a group of like students, how they performed on particular items, on particular tests within the same grade, and similar score on the last 2 tests. So those students get pooled into a group. The median growth percentile is the middle growth score for that student in that group. So we have a pool of students that are performing in like fashion. We take the median of that, so MGP. As Superintendent Gall mentioned, this represents about 52 to 53 teaching days, depending on when the school gave the assessment. So you can see that those are given in median growth percentiles numbers. 50 indicates that students are growing faster than their peers. So in some cases we'll be under that number, in some cases we'll be over, some cases we'll be right at that number. To close the performance versus growth gap that we've talked about many times before, we need to see student SGPs or MGPs 60 or above is what we're really shooting at. High 50s would be a great point in this, a great target at this point in the year. So there's another acronym here that I want to just explain really quickly. This is a student growth percentile. So every school can take this number and look at their own individual student and where they fit into this bell curve based on the median growth percentile of like students. So we have this ability to do for individual students, as well as schools, as well as a district. Okay, so when we talk about SGP, it's a student growth percentile. When we talk about MGP, it's a pooling of students either in a class or a school or whatever the pooling level we want is. So we'll use those two, but we'll be looking mostly at MGP because we'll be looking at the school level right now. So I'll jump into district overall, and at each level, I'll stop and get any questions on that level so we can break this up a little bit. So strengths in district performance, I want to point out and give a shout out to our highest performing elementary schools in MGP, so median growth percentile progress. You can see those are Queen Palmer, Steele, Rudy, Bristol, and Stratton. And those are all those growth numbers that we really want to see to start to close those gaps on performance. So this is an outstanding median growth percentile number. And all of these are very strong. That's in ELA. In math, you can see Chipeta, Steele, Grant, Scott, Queen Palmer. And again, very high and very strong across those. At the secondary level, or middle school level, we see Holmes and Jack Swigert significantly exceeding expected growth, which is above the 50, while Holmes and Sabin met it in math. Holmes and JSAA met it in ELA. So I want to give a shout out to Holmes and a couple other schools looking at these for both math and ELA. At the high school level, Coronado, Odyssey, and Palmer met expected growth in ELA, while Coronado and Odyssey met it in math. In math, the number of students on track grew by 5%, while did not yet meet. Remember, that's the bottom level. Are we good?
Yes, please
Okay.
continue.
I want a clarification. When you get the MGP, are these our students or statewide?
These are our students compared to students in the national sample of Star Renaissance, the tool that we use. But all of these scores are our students.
Okay, yeah, but so when you get the median growth, but that's based on just D11 students, not median growth statewide.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify. Thank you.
So we want to look at in math, on track grew by 5%, while did not yet meet shrunk by 4%. So this is a trend that we want to see. You'll see it when I pull up some of the charts. We want to grow the top level, shrink the bottom level. So that's going to be a trend that we'll revisit multiple times. Grade 4 and 5 met expected growth in math. And you can see the grades that met it in ELA. Challenges to our district performance. We're generally growing slower than their peers around the country. So 19% of our D11 students are on track in math. 33% are on track in ELA. We need to improve that and continue to push on that number. Overall district results indicate a slightly below expectation result for growth percentiles in ELA and math. So basically, too many students are not reaching grade level performance in ELA and math. So if given today, our rating, our district improvement, or our district performance rating would remain at improvement. And we still have some significant gaps that persist between subgroups. Remember, that gets calculated into our school and district performance frameworks, our performance by subgroup. So we really want to continue to look at that. And we still have gaps across minority and economic disadvantage. So an easier way to look at this now is to just look at these trends from fall to winter. These are our district, our aggregate results. Remember, we're pooling a lot of students and a lot of scores into one bucket here. So these will generally be lower when we jump into the individual levels. That will give us more detail as to what we're looking at the level of elementary, middle, and high. But overall, some good results at the district level. We are increasing our top performers. So this is our top percentile. We increase that by 4 percentage points. We decrease the bottom by 5 percentage points. This is going to be the common theme. We will see this type of growth or this type of improvement in math, where ELA, for the most part, stays relatively flat. This makes conceptual sense because of the amount of effort and the amount of time that we've invested in math, simply coming out of COVID and various issues. Those were our lowest areas. So that's where we're investing the most time and attention. That is not to say we're not investing the time in ELA, but we're going to start that process and that intensive work following this. So ELA is a little bit flat. So we saw growth in math, consistent performance in ELA. When we look at performance level, so now remember this corresponds to what the state says, so the state performance level, we see the same trend, and that makes perfect sense, right? So in our performance level, we increase the percentage, we increase the number of students at the meets or exceeds level by 4 percentage points. We decrease the percentage by does not yet meet by 4 percentage points in math, relatively flat in ELA. Finally, district-wide growth. We did not meet our target of at least 50 to 51. So D11 students across the district did not continue to grow as fast as their peers around the nation. And we want to continue to push on that at various levels and get those numbers up. When we look at district and subgrouping, and the subgroup MGP across ethnicity, we can see that we have work to do. So across our various groupings, we are below expected growth. We were approaching it, getting very close within our Black population, and our white population growing at the same rate. That's a positive, but overall these numbers are low, and we want to get those up. When we look across math, we're approaching with multiracial, and then our Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander, while it's a very small population, is one that we want to continue to watch and grow with. These are compared to white, so our multiracial are on par with our white students. When we look across subgroupings,
Dr. K,
yes.
if you can just go back to that previous slide.
Mm-hmm.
Just a quick question while you're on that slide. What's that unknown category?
It's either not reported, or for some reason we don't know it.
You don't know the ethnicity of the student? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And we see such a big difference in that unknown population in the MGP in ELA compared to the MGP in math.
Mm-hmm.
MGP in ELA is like 70 something or whatever it is from what I look here. And then MGP in math is in single digits.
That is most likely because it's a very small population. So we get higher variability when we have a smaller population like that.
Okay. Director Bankus, did you have a question? You had your hand up.
That was the same question I was going to ask. So the ethnicity was reported in the ELA when they took the assessment, but not in the math is what I'm looking at. Is that correct?
No,
we
in either. They are unknown in either.
No, but look at the difference. 76% in ELA, and then in math, it's only down to 9. So they either didn't check in ELA, but they checked their ethnicity in math. Is that the way to look at this?
No, but Dr. Koliki, can you explain that?
So I would want to go back through and look at what sample size these are, and then look at it is possible that the ELA, let's see how could this work. The ELA score has one score has an ethnicity as well, that'd be the same student. If I can, let me get back to you on this question because I want to be able to answer it. But the biggest issue would be the really small number of students that we don't have an ethnicity for. So,
Dr. Kelly, I might be able to explain. I'm sorry,
Yes.
it's Tamara. I might be able to explain. And I think you would still need to go back and look at the numbers in each category to see if they're comparable. But these graphs are specifically, and please feel free to jump in, David, if I'm not speaking correctly. But these graphs are specifically talking about growth median percentile. So they could be the same number in the unknown category, but they're scoring very differently. They're as you're lining up what the median growth percentile is in mathematics and ELA. So this would show you, like, for whatever number in the unknown category, that they are doing worse, a lot worse than their peers in mathematics. Would that be fair, Dr. Koliki?
Yes, and I just got an update that this reflects one student. So this one student had a very high growth rate in ELA and very low in unknown. We'll be better about cleaning that up in the future.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
I thought these were district results.
So they are district results, but as we get into subpopulations, the N size of the sample is determined on that ethnicity. So this is a subgroup population that we wanted to provide the board to be able to review. The N size, as we generally know, running 10 to 15% African Americans, 40+% Latino, but the unknown category is popping out because of the disparity in the score. David just confirmed with his team who's doing the math behind him, that's one student. So there's one student who identified as unknown, whether that's by choice or by some error in how we calculated the subgroup. The reason you're seeing that great disparity is that one student had very strong growth in ELA, but is not growing in math. So
Okay.
putting the label on, now we will definitely dig in and try to understand how we can have such incredible growth in ELA that we didn't have in math. But when you get to a 1N sample size, it could be a kid who decided to Christmas tree their experience on their math interim assessment for one reason or another.
Yeah,
I
thank
don't understand why that's one student. Again, I thought this was across the district.
It is. There's only one student that doesn't identify with one level of subgroup ethnicity. If you read
And so the 76 and the 9 are the same student?
Yes, it's their growth. They have 76%, 76 mean growth percentile in ELA, but not actually losing tremendous ground in math.
I got it now. Thank you.
There's a story there that we certainly need to own for that student. This is part of every student being known, and we will track that down to understand that disparity says there's some logistical disconnect in how a student has gone through that experience for us to understand how we're supporting the needs of that student.
Yeah, and just to add on to it, usually if that sample size number is less than 16, you don't report data at all. So in this case,
correct.
just, we shouldn't have included this data. Okay, thank you.
That is correct. That is our error. One thing I do want to point out though is that we have the capability to drill down on and look at who this individual student is and do for every one of these bar charts, we have that ability. So a school can do that. All right. So when we look at other subgroupings across that are reflective of what we see on the SPF, we can see that they hover around the same levels of the mid to low 40s across all of our multiple groupings. We have a very small to no gender disparity in both ELA and math, which is actually encouraging, but those numbers are low. And we would like to see larger growth among our GT students in ELA. But all of these we want to get to 50 and above. In math, we can see that there was significant growth at the GT level for 62 MGP, and getting to the point where we want to be among our non-minority and non-economic disadvantage, but our subgroupings are low, and that will be reflective on our SPF in this when we get them back in the summer, as we work on supporting these populations better. So I'm going to hand it over to Tamara to talk a little bit across the district level, what BFI looks like in relationship to these data.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Colicky. This will just be a short intro into the next section of data that we're going deeper in. So David just went into district-wide data, and now we're going to narrow in and focus in on elementary data. And we just wanted to key us back into the first slides that our superintendent went over to remind us of what the main areas of focus are within our Best First Instruction Major Improvement Strategy that we got to detail and highlight at the beginning of the year in the fall. So this is a great visual of that. Remember, we're focusing this year on putting in place systems and then also directly providing content-specific professional learning in K-12 mathematics, early literacy, and high school competencies. Within the systems of coherence, we've been focusing on that cascading professional learning, our one plan continuous improvement cycles, and then implementing those systems of accountability and support. And our superintendent talked a lot about our area model that's been key in being able to do that. So the reason why we wanted to front load this before we go into the elementary data is I'll come back at the end and talk about what adjustments are we making connected to the actions we said we would do in our strategic plan based on the data. And I'll turn it back to you, Dr. Colicky.
Great, thank you. So now we'll jump into elementary, and you can see the performance takeaways. We showed overall strong growth in elementary, increasing in math by 7 percentage points. You can see the grades there. We ranged from 8 to 10%. 10% is a very large increase percentage point wise. In math, moving more students into on track. You can see the schools that met the district, 10 schools met the district goal of a median growth percentile greater than 55, with the highest being Chipeta and Steele, as we saw in the previous slide. 19 schools growing faster than peer schools across the nation. We continue, so too many students continue not to reach grade level performance in ELA and math. So again, just looking at these data realistically, more than a third of district elementary students perform in the bottom 25% of the nation in ELA. Less than 25% of our district elementary students are performing at grade level in math, and our several achievement gaps continue to persist. When we look at these elementary numbers, again, that 9% plus 9 percentage points from 21 to 30%, that is a significant level of growth. In increasing the number of students performing in the highest percentile, the top 25th percentile, is really strong. And we decreased the bottom percentile by 8 percentage points. Again, ELA relatively flat with +2, but we did do a good job of decreasing the bottom by 5 percentage points in ELA as well. When we look at how this corresponds then to performance levels, we added 7 percentage points more students, 7% more to our highest meets or exceeds level for the performance level, and shrunk the bottom level, does not yet meet, by 5%. ELA, we also saw some decent growth there with growing that top meets and exceeds by 4% and dropping the bottom level by 5%. So overall, math, again, across the board, showing our strongest growth. ELA in pockets showing growth, but remaining relatively flat. When we look at it by MGP, we see that in math, so this should come as no surprise given our percentile data, but we met our meets expected growth at 52, slightly under in ELA. So D11 students are growing faster than their peers in math nationally, but we're just under that in ELA. Any questions on the elementary data?
Okay, I can see all of your on my screen. So if you have questions, just okay, I see Director Bankus first.
So the growth in math, do you attribute that to the extra half an hour that they have in school and the new math series? And I also have to take a moment and say, Mr. Gall, when you said we were going to over-resource schools, and I looked at the chart that's going to come up eventually, it's very impressive of how much time central office has gone into the schools. And so I'm looking at the growth that we're seeing in some places, and I would like to be able to say it's because of that extra sourcing into schools and the improved curriculum that we have, and that that we have this coherence of aligning what our priorities are with what is actually being practiced. But that's just my view of it. What is, Tamara, what's your view? Or Mr. Gall, what's your view? That must be you, Tamara.
Yeah, yes, Director Bankus, I wholeheartedly believe, like with schools, when you put together a plan in place and you have areas of focus, and then you have the data to support those implementation pieces in benchmarks, like the chart that you were talking about, that shows the amount of time and the dedicated support within schools, and then within our priority schools, you should always see an impact on data. So I do believe it's a function of the way that our school leaders and our overall school district has had a common focus with those areas within the systems, and within professional learning tied to the new area model. I think when we go into the ways we're going to adjust our plan a little bit, we can speak to that more. And I see Superintendent Gall, if you would like to add to that.
Yeah, I'll just dovetail. This is a team effort. We had the pieces in place. I think the gift of the board and their priorities and the bringing in of a new team was to bring in coherence and alignment. It's working, but we're nowhere near there. I mean, we're talking about some schools meeting or beating expected growth and very few of them closing the gap. Now, in our defense, brand new tool, 50 some odd days of instruction, but we wanted to be clear to report where mid-year data is showing opportunities. And the addition of that slide that you're referring to, Director Bankus, of the number of visits, that's exclusive of the visits that are happening from educator effectiveness. Like, we have other resources to tie in to get even more coherence and alignment to make sure that all things that we do, and I don't have the visual here, but again, wrap around the school in the center. When we surround the school with resources, I called it my best first free move. Just take all this talent that we have centrally and tell them that their role is to support the needs of schools. The responsiveness of this team, without any command and control, they continue to create and ideate every day. We have continuous improvement cycles that we meet and we reflect both with the schools. The One Plan Symposium has turned into One Plan Reviews that is modifying to even a better One Plan Symposium this year. We just had the right conditions that we have to remain focused on and continue to listen and learn to make sure that we're getting the differentiated needs of schools. So what you'll see as the brief goes on is really, really strong results in our priority schools. But the open question is, well, what about our mid-tier schools? How come a mid-tier school didn't see a similar type of growth if the same conditions were set? Is it the presence of the wraparound services? We'll explore that. Is it the lack of consistency or clarity in secondary programming? We're certainly looking into that. We all know that secondary can be much more challenging from a curricular perspective, but we continue to spiral and learn. And so I think it's really a testament to the board being clear on what their priorities were, and then the team now being in a place where it can be responsive to that.
Thank you.
Any other questions on elementary?
Yeah, any other questions?
Yeah, quick question.
Go ahead.
So with this, I know, we're celebrating some good wins here, but we're also seeing where we're a little bit behind, nationally with the peers. Our teachers are working hard. We've got them in the classroom. We're full in person. We've kind of settled in. My question is, I understand, I can see, what Director Bankus mentioned with the new math curriculum being helpful and the, pushing out support. I wonder if there's a way for us to further help our teachers to work smarter and not harder with curriculum that they are using or not using or finding effective. I mean, have we, since all this is rolled out, would it maybe be potentially beneficial to put out a staff survey saying, hey, how have the supports felt for you? And, what kind of curriculum would you like is working, and what kind of curriculum, might you want to explore? I don't know, it's hard to know what's out there when you're, when the district decides what ones we're going to use, but you might have folks that are, non-conventional and are, in and out of the park with some sort of curriculum that they've, created, and might not be perfectly aligned to what the district, is offering or approved, but they're hitting grand slams. And so how do we tap into some of that and go, hey, how can we help our teachers work smarter, not harder? What kind of curriculum can we take off their plate, add to their plate that'd be effective? I realize we don't have any, silver arrows here that are gonna, get right to it. But if we maybe survey and crowdsource a little bit,
I had two,
find some other solutions.
but I'll have another one.
I got a 3-part answer to Director Jurgensen. I'll try and keep it short. First, Tamara will be launching faculty feedback forums to get direct feedback from teachers without having to go through the principal. We're trying to get to skip a level where we understand that teachers are the real lever to change. You've heard me give that speech before. We manage the principal as a lever of change because it's easier. The second piece is we understand that we need to be more differentiated. We've created a framework that is very strong in theory, but it has to realize itself in practice. And so how do we get ourselves to practice and get that feedback? And the way we're doing that is this data we can drill down into the individual student level as well as the classroom level. And so where we know that we see growth, we will be able to determine, is that in response to the specific PD and the training that we're giving, or are there areas where teachers, well, we know there are areas where teachers are already seeing this growth. We need to reverse learn from that. Best first instruction does not suggest that we don't have best first instruction prior to that being adopted. Best first instruction says we believe that we can create resources and tools to raise the bar for everyone. So we're interested in getting that, what I call the Michelangelo feedback. I wish that everyone could paint the Sistine Chapel. Not everybody is equipped to be able to do that, and their conditions are different. So we set the resources. The third piece is we are shifting the PD to be more specific to classroom. How do we get direct to teacher opportunities? And we've been asking our K-12 leaders now to bring examples of exemplar and areas of improvement back to K-12 PD. So we're not just talking to principals who then may or may not be able to implement for one reason or another as they come out. If you go to Darian Latimer had a great example earlier in the year when we did a school visit. He talked about how he's using both Eureka Squared and STAR interim assessments instead of having his teachers build their own interim assessments. And he said now his PLCs are more about reviewing the data in the classroom. I would never project that I think STAR or Eureka will be the highest quality as would be a self-built interim assessment by the teacher who is teaching the curriculum. But the time spent, it's a measure with a micrometer and cut with an axe. If I can give a kid an exit ticket that comes right out of the curriculum that I develop, that's a district purchased, why not take that information to then get to the nuance level that you'll need to understand what was the piece that was missed or not? That was a 4-part answer, sorry.
Did that answer your question, Director Jurgensen?
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, I appreciate us wanting to, chat through what teachers are doing and what they like about it. So if we can get that feedback and then use that, listen, adjust, and then push out further more custom support at the school levels, which is what it sounds like from you, Mr. Gall. And I think we'll be on track and bolstering some of our kids here by end of year data. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Gall. And on that subject that you talked about, the faculty feedback forms that Chief Acevedo is going to put out, once we hear back from our faculty, maybe you can provide that information through an email to the board. And what are the takeaways from that survey results? Director Nelson, I saw your hand up.
Just want to really quick, I love this idea of doing that feedback form. I've been wanting to do something like this since I got on the board, of seeking understanding from our staff of what is it that they see they could use supports in how to improve these outcomes. Because all of the staff that I know personally are here for the kids and they want the best for kids. So it is heartbreaking to see that we still have a long way to go, as you put it, and I appreciate the recognition of that. We have a lot of celebrations that we can recognize tonight, but overall the data is still rather depressing. So I'm grateful that you're already thinking about getting that feedback from staff in how we can, what is it that they see are the issues? Is it curriculum? I'm just thinking about, we have a lot of one-time money. It's coming out our ears. So is it that we can put some of that money towards a new curriculum, and then we'll get on track for that renewal process every 5 years or whatever it is we do. So glad to hear that. I wanted to back up a little bit if we could. I had some questions from previous slides and I didn't know if I should interrupt or not, but on slide 13, where it says that we were slightly below expectations is this the district as a whole, like taking all of the, where's it at? Yeah, that third bullet down. Overall district results indicate a slightly below expectation for growth percentiles in ELA and math. Is that we're taking an average of all of our MGPs and getting a number, or how are we coming to that? And then I guess the next question would be, I guess, so the target then is 50. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct.
David, can you expand upon I think it is a one-word answer, but if you could kind of repeat the question in the answer to Director Nelson.
Yeah. So yeah, this one is the level of pooling is the district. So our district, which is all of our students, all the students who took the assessment, pooled together compared to a similar national sample. So it's our pooled MGPs, and we are shooting for greater than 50, because that indicates that we would be growing at or faster than the national sample.
Okay, and I get that we want to be growing at or greater than, but am I correct in remembering you said we need 60 or above to close gaps? So I guess I'm just wondering, should we be shooting for that instead? I mean,
Yes, and we do with schools at the school level. When they're looking at student growth percentiles, they are setting goals that are putting them on a trajectory to close that performance gap. Pooled at the district level, yes, if we can get something around 55 or above, we would start to close that gap. The higher, the better, absolutely.
I think when we get to the subpopulation of priority schools, it'll be a little clearer that particularly, I love the way that David framed the data with arrows to show where it is we're looking. And so particularly we always want to be chasing the tail, right? We know we have to shrink the number of kids who aren't meeting expectations, but we seek to be a district that serves all students. And the fact that we're seeing that growth in the top end as well is showing that the strategy is universally working across the board. So we don't believe that the priority school numbers that you'll see in the end of this deck mean that we'll just exhaust ourselves on priority schools. We just believe it means that to the distribution of visits, we have to find ways that the time that we're supporting schools can be allocated in ways that ensure that the other schools who may or may not be on everybody's watch list are also getting to the space that we're at right now. We are at the time of mid-year data, 55 days into this instructional strategy. And so super excited that, David, if you want to talk a little bit about the dip that often times districts will see when switching to an interim assessment or to a new strategy. And Tamara, you might be able to comment that as well.
Yeah, just as we learn the lessons that we need to from the tool, so two things can happen. One, we can see a flattening into the middle of the year, or we can see a lot of growth because we start lower as we learn the tool from the fall to the winter. So I think this is healthy growth. It's right where obviously we want to have it higher, but especially with where we're focusing and where the resources are going, we're seeing those results, and I think that's a positive thing overall. With the professional development around using the scores and the tools, my team is out on a daily basis, out with area instructional coaches and area superintendents, helping principals lead their teams in utilizing the data well, and really getting down to the individual student and the individual student growth. So when we talk about it pooled in this way, in this large, this broad swath, I don't want to lose focus on the fact that we are actually looking at individual students and individual performance at the school level.
Yeah, I'll just add to, I apologize.
No, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, sure. I can just quickly add that we, and also from my experience from implementing strategy specifically to teaching and learning in a large district, and what the research shows is when you're first implementing things, and we're implementing a lot of new things, while people are learning those, you tend to see a dip. You don't want to see a large dip. We do everything to mitigate that, but you can. So the idea that we're moving in the positive direction, while not at any of our expectations, we have very high expectations for where we will get academically. It is positive that we're moving in that direction, specifically in the area that we've been focusing on, that our teachers, our leaders have been putting a lot of efforts in. And working really hard in our area superintendents to support with very new systems and very new professional learning with very new curricula. So I think that is really important. That, and also the other thing I would say is we've talked about the timeline, that window. Our superintendent has mentioned it's 52 or 53 days of instruction. We didn't give the STAR assessment right at the very beginning of the school year. The window was around, and David, correct me if I'm wrong, but right around mid-September. And then it stopped around mid-December. So the instructional days were about 52. They had some instruction from the beginning of the year, and we've gotten feedback too that our schools and we all want to start that off sooner. So we'll make some adjustments to the assessment calendar for next year so that we can have the most accurate data of where students came in and where they ended mid-year. The reason why we did that, we were trying to, I think with the assessment calendar, trying to, I think David's team was trying to ensure teachers were able to implement assessments, because we also had literacy cadence assessments as well.
Do you have a sense, I know there's going to be this ramp up period, and we started bringing in BFI last year. I think it was already kind of in the works before I even got on the board. Do you have a sense of the adoption within the district and the staff? And I know it takes time to really learn something and be implementing it successfully. Do you have a sense of where we're at in that implementation phase? Are we 25%, 50% of staff, or, or 10? I guess, can you just set my expectations a little?
Sure. Let me make sure I'm getting to your question. What I would say from my experience from doing this and what we've set out to do in our plan, which we can dive into even further when we go into the continuous improvement cycle in our February board meeting. But what I can say is we have our entire district implementing at the levels with systems, the pieces we've asked them to implement in mathematics, specifically with new curriculum, with bringing back those pieces of evidence and working on between cycles of professional learning, with implementing assessments and diving into the planning for learning work. I can say that confidently, but at different schools and different places, it's at different levels. And that gets to that differentiation and the need for feedback that the superintendent spoke to and Director Jorgensen was commenting on. I would add to that differentiation as part of the continuous improvement cycle in February. So we've already done one at a K-12 meeting, and we have another one coming up in February. We will also highlight those bright spots of people that are seeing movement in their data and the specific things they're doing, so we can learn, adjust as a district, but then also schools can adjust from what they're learning from their colleagues.
I'm going to hesitate on giving a percentage, because part of the deal that we made this year was we wanted BFI to not be an evaluative measure in classrooms. I know that all our principals are on board. We have spent most of our time, as I answered to Director Jorgensen, the shift this semester is to now make this a teacher opportunity as well. We will use principals to do that, but our school visits now are about engaging with teachers to understand what's working and what's not. I'm gonna cold call Sherry here just a minute for her to kind of fill in the gap of what her role was last year and where she has seen accelerations and or still opportunities. Because of the voices that you're hearing right now, specifically from what was happening in central office as expected to outcomes in school, that was, you know, the preponderance of Sherry's role. Sherry, are you able to come up live and add some comments?
Sure, I'm happy to. Last year was really our initial rollout of Best First Instruction. It was getting teachers and truly principals even just familiar with the concept of a system of instruction that was district-wide. Some of the mechanisms that we utilized to do that were things like a purchase of a K-8 math curriculum that helped us to set a similar level of expectation for math instruction all the way across the district. What I've seen this year, as I'm in classrooms with principals on every single school visit, is that they are absolutely using the curriculum that they're expected to. So that's the Wonders curriculum at the elementary level, the Eureka Squared curriculum at the K-8 level. I think where we're digging in now is really getting into these materials, and these tools are wide-ranging and significant. You all really helped us out in buying the Cadillac version of these curricular programs. And so what I've seen in terms of a shift from last year, just getting schools comfortable with this idea of a district-wide system of instruction, to this year is now we're really digging into how do we use that system intentionally? How do we support teachers in making intentional choices about what pieces of, for example, Eureka Squared they use in a particular lesson to meet students' identified needs? And the nice part there is STAR is really supporting us in getting very specific about what those needs are by student. The cascading professional development that Tamara has talked about is really starting to move beyond just the principal level all the way down to the teacher level. And again, helping with that true intentionality of how do we use the tools, the resources, the systems within Best First Instruction, not just in I turn the page and go to the next lesson, but when I go to the next lesson, I'm making very intentional choices about particular components that I'm using in certain ways. We started that with module planning. We're now moving all the way down to the lesson planning level, and we'll do the same for ELA, reading and writing, next. And for me, that's where I think what you're seeing in the math data is coming from. It is this intentional work, not just of the principal, just of the teacher, but of all these district systems starting to lean in on BFI and support a cohesiveness across the district and set a level of expectation around intentionality. Mike, did that answer your question?
Yes, very specifically. Thank you.
Sure.
The question is if it answered Director Nelson's question.
It did. No, that was wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate all of what you all have been sharing, Tamara included. But it's really helpful to hear and just kind of ground me as I'm looking through this data and what we're doing and where we're going. And like I said, setting expectations. I had a couple more questions if I could on slides 17, when we were looking at the breakouts of the subpopulations. Can you just help me understand what would be like an amount or a percentage that would be considered notable between groups versus one that would be like so close you wouldn't really be concerned about? Like on, I think slide 18, you mentioned the female versus male. There's not a big difference there. So I think it was 2% difference. Can you, what percent would we say, oh, that's notable or not?
Within median growth percentiles, it's usually anything beyond 2 to 3 would be a significant difference.
Okay.
Thank you.
With percentiles, it would be more in the range of 4 to 5. It's harder to move a median growth percentile.
Okay. Thank you. And then just really quick on slide 20. I'll let you get there first. So in that bottom section there, I want to like say this back a different way, because I feel as though those two sentences, more than a third of district elementary students perform in the bottom 25% of the nation in ELA, and less than 25% of the district elementary students are performing at grade level in math. We're kind of saying information in two different ways. And for me personally, I had to like write it out myself to make my brain process it. So just maybe some feedback as we're sharing out data, if we could kind of maintain the same how we're sharing out the information. Like that last one would say over 75% of kids are not at grade level in math. And then, you know, over in the top one, over 33% are in the bottom 25% of the nation. Like just some feedback, like my brain, I was like, oh my gosh, what am I trying to understand here?
Yeah. So the way I want folks to read these charts is the bumper sticker is in orange. Too many students continue to not reach grade level performance in ELA and math. The bullets below that are one of the multiple measures we have that support that. What we wanted to not do is get into an argument of, is percentiles and performance and MGP different? They're not. They're all giving us the same trend information. They're saying where it is that things are working and where things are not. But we still continue, and again, we have very high expectations. Unrealistic for us to believe that coming out of the last couple of years and making the switches that we've made, that we would have seen anything dramatically different than what we're seeing right now. But we don't want to sit here and say, hey, great job, priority schools got better. We're now 155th instead of 158th. That's not what we put together as a commitment to the board priorities. So those sub-bullets are kind of telling the same story in just a different way, in a performance, in a percentile, and in an MGP way.
And the sub-bullets are helpful. I appreciate that level of detail. But I just, for myself, I had to write it out. I'm like, what is this actually saying? Okay, over 75% of students are not at grade level in math. And so just that feedback. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Nelson. Any other thoughts or comments till this point in time? So
much of which we've covered is coming in subsequent slides. So like on strategies going forward, continuous improvement, we've built that all in as we get through middle school, high school, and takeaways. So if there are any other questions just on elementary school, then we'd like to be able to get through the rest of the brief just to answer the question before you ask it.
Okay. If not, let's continue with the presentation.
All right.
Oh, I have a question about elementary, if you're going to leave elementary.
We
Okay,
still
I
have a
didn't see
few.
you, Director Bankus. Go ahead.
We do still have a few more slides on elementary.
Okay, I'll wait. Thank you.
Okay, so we did break out our Acadians early literacy results. And so you can see a general trend again. So we want to see down and to the right, basically, if we just summarize it in the simplest terms. And so we can see that again when we look at across multiple years. So being able to look at pre-pandemic, mid-pandemic, and then where we are at now. You can see that we are, and we'll talk about this a little bit more in another slide, but we are beating our mid-pandemic early reading results and approaching, in many cases, our pre. So that's one. Again, we want to move forward and look forward from pandemic conditions, but we do want to also look back and see where were we at prior and where we're at now, and we are in many ways approaching that. And so we are growing in the correct directions with early literacy results. Again, same story. We want to continue to push hard on that. When we look at SRD, and Tamara, I might toss this over to you to speak to specifics around SRD. You can see across multiple years. So this would be our pandemic window. and then this is our current window, we are coming back around to where we were at pre-pandemic. So pandemic levels significantly increased the significant reading deficiency category, which is SRD. Post 2021, we're beginning to see recovery towards pre-pandemic early literacy performance. And we want to continue to push that because we weren't happy with our pre-pandemic SRD numbers either. And so we want to continue to push on that. That's not a goal to meet and stop at, that's a goal to push through. I don't know, Tamara, if you want to speak to SRD designation any other way, if there's other questions around early literacy.
Oh, sure. I would just add to what you said, Dr. Colicky. We have to remember with this slide and with this assessment connected to how READ Act, how we're assessed with READ Act with the state, but also what we know the research shows about getting our lowest performing students out of that category. We're talking about, this slide is all about significant reading deficiency. So our students, if you will, that are scoring significantly below grade level, that bottom tier. And you can see, as David described, moving into that top of that 2021, that large jump from all previous years in where students were as a result of the pandemic. So at 42. And so you can see with this mid-year data that we are going in the right direction, as David was saying, down to 31% there. And we need to continue to significantly decrease that to get to a level that we're comfortable with will have a greater impact and fully get out of pre-pandemic levels, but do better than we were pre-pandemic. And the other thing I would also just say is that what we typically see in early literacy is building a lot in the first semester with our early readers, those foundational pieces, and you start to see as they mature into second semester, and this is consistent data, them being able to put the pieces together. And so you should expect a much greater jump second semester, and that's what we'll be expecting. I think there's also things that we'll talk about later, but we also want to just continue to look at and evaluate the use of assessment with Acadience, and is this the best assessment we can be utilizing to get the best results to be able to have impact for students. And David, I'll turn it back to you for those last couple of slides in, or for the next slides in mathematics and elementary.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, so with elementary math performance, we do want to take a look at pre to post pandemic levels. So this is the percent, what you're looking at here is the percent of students at each performance level, pre, mid, and post pandemic, and keeping in mind that we're moving from one assessment type to another. So Galileo was being used at that point, and we've moved to STAR. So we're looking at overall trends here, but I just want you to take this slide into view, and the overall trends I think are pretty powerful. That winter benchmark results show significant recovery from mid-pandemic performance levels at this time, but are still under pre-pandemic levels. So we are looking pre-pandemic right about here, and here's where we're at right now. So far fewer students are performing at the lowest performance level than during the pandemic. So at that same time, which is the kind of the height of the disruption right here, and we have cut that. So we are trending in the right direction. Again, that's a number that we want to push through and exceed these numbers right here. But I just want to give you a moment to take a look at that and to take that in, that things are definitely moving in the right direction. Our top performance, a little bit flat, but again, the significance of bringing students out of that bottom level is large. If we look at this for ELA, it's the same basic setup. So longitudinally looking pre-post pandemic, you can see that we have this similar trend from very high mid pandemic. So winter benchmarks show again a significant recovery, and we're approaching pre-pandemic levels. again, and fewer students are performing at that lowest level. Within ELA, we can see that we're actually growing the top to a significant degree compared to a mid-pandemic. I believe that is elementary. Tamara, do you want to speak to this, and we can open it up for questions for elementary again?
Absolutely, Dr. Colicky. This slide again, we talked about our focus on coherence, professional learning, and then you can see it here calling out differentiation of instruction and populations, all part of our strategic plan. And so I'm just going to pop out and highlight a few things that we are adjusting based on the data, not only this data, but what we've been seeing also from implementing the plan. So in terms of our systems coherence and best first instruction, that cascading professional learning, Superintendent Gall talked about it, but we're continuing with what we said we were going to do, but we're also adding direct to teacher learning, so that bringing the professional learning directly to our teachers. We are starting at that at the end of this month. In January and early February, starting with our priority schools, but will be opportunities for all that we've scoped out. In terms of our one plan check-in meetings and with our focus there, and in terms of what we've asked schools to do, we asked them to use pre and post assessments in mathematics, curriculum embedded assessments, and now we're asking them to move to the online platform in that. Remember, we purchased that as a district, and that will give our school leaders better opportunity to see those assessments and dig into them in more real time. It'll also give us, as school leaders, a chance to utilize that data as well. So our area superintendents and their teams to be able to support more fully. We're also moving to piloting again with that that cadence data with our looking at our significant deficiency students in reading. We are piloting, starting piloting the use of STAR 360. It's another early literacy assessment. We'll look at a few others to see if there's some additional assessments or better assessments that we might use. Starting that. In terms of content-specific professional learning, we have completed, as area superintendent Callback talked about, our professional learning in module. So that's that big picture, the unit of mathematics, and also in lesson planning. We just did that at our last K-12 meeting, and then have cascaded that down. And again, those direct to teacher supports, we're going to be finishing at the end of this month and beginning of next month. But we're going to be starting and launching our literacy unit planning, the same thing, and then lesson planning with utilizing our Wonders curricular resource. So that is coming. And to provide, like we did with Eureka, some follow-up trainings with Wonders curriculum specifically. We're going to increase the consistency of our learning walks and observations, so that system of accountability and support, but looking for specifically applying what they've been learning, what our teachers have been learning and our leaders have been learning in planning in mathematics first and literacy. Differentiated differentiated instruction in special populations. During those one plan meetings and our review of data, we're going to individually by school make sure that we highlight our special populations and target areas of need depending on those schools, where schools are performing well within special populations and where they need more support. So we'll help with that. And then under expanded academic learning, with our ESSER funding, we talked about connected to fund balance conversations. We are launching this second semester additional after-school tutoring opportunities and utilizing those funds for that as well. So those are highlights, and that completes the elementary portion of this.
Okay, Director Bankus.
I want to highlight and shout out when I looked at somewhere around slide 17, and you don't have to go back there, the ELA growth for Black and white students was both at 49%. So something is working there to close that gap. When we look at growth in math, Hispanic and white. Hispanic was at 44 percentile and white was at 48. So something is working there. But most importantly, and I understand we're not where we need to be, but nevertheless, the gap is closing. And that should be recognized and celebrated. In ELA, IEP students were at 46 percentile. Non-IEP students were at 47, so very close together. And that's a hard gap to close. In math, IEP students were at 37 and non-IEP students were at 47. So there's some area for improvement there. But I wanted to make sure that we took a look at the fact that, and that goes back to the question I asked earlier about all of the interventions, including the 30 minutes of extra instruction in the elementary, that we are closing some of those gaps. And I think that it should be recognized and celebrated. I have one question about Martinez. That was slide 48. They had made such significant progress that I was wondering if that could be attributed to reorganizing their classroom setups, where now we have one teacher, one classroom. Any feedback on that? You're muted. We can't hear you.
That's because I'm eating tuna salad for dinner. I don't want anybody to smell it. We're going to hold questions on the priority school feedback until we get to that end part of the deck, because I think there are very specific learnings on our priority schools that can carry over into our non-priority schools. And I'll ask the area soups that own them to create some of those conversation points with the board.
Okay, Director Bankus, so the answer to your question is we are going to circle back and come to it at the end. And any other comments or questions on what has been presented so far? I'm just trying to look and see. I don't see any hands up at this time. So one question that I had, it was pointed out in that elementary school data, the math, we see some of the higher percentile levels increasing, the lower percentiles dropping. But in ELA, we said that it's stagnant or pretty much flat. And we attributed that to the focus more on math. So at this point in time, coming back from the winter break, are we, as a district, put that focus on ELA too going forth?
Yeah, the idea with the pieces I was talking about specifically in planning for learning, we will move into literacy second semester. So that same sort of trajectory that we followed in mathematics, with the very specific differences for literacy, we will move in from mathematics to literacy to provide that similar professional learning and support. When it comes down to the work within schools, right, that's where the differentiation comes into play even more so. So they'll have their one plan meetings. They'll talk about both sets of data. They'll get the learning, but the area superintendent, along with curricular team supports and absolutely the school leader structuring that, we'll decide exactly where they need to focus the most based on the data.
I had a follow-up question on that slide 28 where you speak about dyslexia supports and pilot school work. I don't know if you need to get into it right tonight, but I personally would like to learn more about that and what that looks like. And I can't remember on future slides when we're talking about middle and high school, is that also incorporated at that level, or are you focusing on elementary at this point?
We're focusing on elementary at this point, and to prime that, I can also forward out back to the board, maybe through Maricela, the update that we had given to the board, because we're following through with that plan in terms of rollout and
On dyslexia specific?
On dyslexia specifically, yeah. Yeah, if that would be helpful, I could forward that out, and then we can decide from there if what additional info we need.
Great, thank you.
Following February's continuous improvement meeting with our school leaders, we'll be asking all school leaders to give mid-year data updates to their school accountability committees. So we want every school to be able to then tell that same story. This isn't about the district or about central office. This is about the movement of schools as part of that continual one plan review, keeping the school accountability committees and accreditation teams in the loop of what's happening and where they need more inputs and supports will be helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, middle school.
Middle school.
All right. So you can see the big takeaway, 3 of our 9 middle schools, we grew that number being on track by 5% or more. So that's great. That's good news. 3 out of the 9 with the highest being North and Sabin at the highest is 6%. So Holmes and Sabin met or exceeded math, and Holmes and JSAA, as we mentioned before, met or exceeded expected growth in ELA. Again, the takeaway on what we need to work on, too many students not reaching grade level performance in ELA and math. So 16% of district middle students not performing at grade level. Are performing at grade level in math. And then we did not meet expected growth across the district middle school in ELA or math. We'll take a look at that on the charts. When we take a look, again, we do see our positive trend again, so down and to the right, but it is more muted at the middle and the secondary levels in general. So in math, the number of students scoring in the top 25%, in the top quartile, grew by 4 percentage points. Bottom shrunk by 4 percentage points. Our ELA was perfectly flat. Again, we should be used to seeing this trend by now where we've invested. We're seeing some results, and we want to continue to push on that and see more. But again, we grew the top performance level, very, very reflective of the percentile. So we grew that to 4 percentage points at the top, shrunk at 4 percentage points at the bottom. And ELA remains static. When we look at this in the context of median growth percentile, we did not meet our growth goals, either meeting or exceeding growth at 50 or more, as well as trying to, I think Director Nelson's point, we want to set that goal at 55 even and higher to close that performance gap. So we're at 47 and 46 at middle school, and that is something that we need to work on. So we're not growing as fast as peers, as our peers around the nation at the middle school level. Middle school pre-pandemic, post-pandemic analysis. Again, this is the one where we look at our pre-pandemic numbers, and then our post. We are growing in the right direction. On the bottom, we're shrinking that bottom quartile. Bottom performance level at 35 and at 35% from more than half that compared to mid-pandemic. So we are showing no recovery from let me see. Winter benchmark results show no recovery from pandemic performance levels, and we're below pre-pandemic. Pre-pandemic levels, so we need to approach that. Fewer students are performing at the lowest performance level than mid-pandemic. And one thing to point out is that we were under a lot of quarantine effects at this point, and so score variability by way of sample size showed high variability. So that's one reason why we had that large variability from T2 to T3. When we look at it in ELA, we see again the same trend. We are approaching not quite as close as we want to be pre-pandemic, but we're approaching it and trending on the right direction, and we're actually shrinking the bottom performance level and growing the top compared to mid-pandemic. Questions? Do you want to speak to the actions first, and then we'll open up to questions on middle school?
That sounds great. So you can see highlighted in blue for middle school again, and this is the same across grade bands, providing that direct to teacher learning, starting first in that area of mathematics and for our priority schools, and then building up. Moving to online curriculum embedded assessments, the pre and the posts. We're launching that text first planning in literacy. So that's second semester, and really important that we are connecting it to our literacy resource at secondary, which is StudySync, and providing the link to using those materials. And specifically also in StudySync is an intervention component. And so providing some professional learning connected to how to use that intervention component, which is the access pathway within that curricular piece. We are also, so some of those are the exact same. You can look at it. Also for differentiation and special populations, I'll highlight that we're piloting at the middle school level a tier 2 intervention. So while we're building the capacity of our teachers to know how to use StudySync that's embedded within our curricular resource, we're allowing some pilots of some additional intervention second semester that some schools are familiar with or have an ease of use of implementation. And those are the things I'll highlight that are new there with middle school and also connected to elementary.
Great, thank you.
So any questions?
Any other? My apologies if you heard my my slightly annoying poodle in the background there, trying to catch the mute button quickly, but.
Sure. Any questions or feedback on middle schools? Okay, let's finish the high schools too, and then open it up for.
Great. So taking a look at high school, we see that some good news coming out of Mitchell that I want to highlight in particular, given the level of supports that they've gotten. Coronado, Mitchell, and Odyssey are making strong progress in both ELA and math. Mitchell median growth percentile was on par with all the other district high schools. That is a change. I want to point that out, that they are coming on strong and right in the pack, and they shrunk the number of students performing it does not meet by 7% in math. That's significant, especially at the high school level where it's harder to get these numbers to move. So Odyssey scored 59%, higher than 59% of the students in the nation. I want to point out how the strength of Odyssey across almost all of these measures is worth noting and celebrating. They're doing some great work, and we need to continue to look at ways of growing that program to reach more kids that would be a good fit for that. Coronado, among our traditionals, grew the number of students performing at the top half by 6%, and they also grew the number performing on track by 8%. We'll take a look at that with the charts. And then the schools that exceeded expected growth, Coronado and Odyssey, 58, 56. And they met at math at 53 and 52. So that's some strong posting there. Percentage of students who meet grade level expectations, again, continues to be a concern. And you can see that 18% of district high school students are performing at grade level in math. Close to half of the district high school students are in the bottom percentile, in the bottom 25% in ELA. And a third in the bottom percentile in math. So we have work to do. We want our high schools to continue to push and meet those growth expectations in both math and ELA. So when we look at this, you'll see the trend is there, but it's much flatter, more muted. So in math, pretty static. We'd say 1% change is probably within the margin of error. So we'd say that's flat. And then in ELA though, in 3%, that's starting to look at some change in the top percentile, but we want that to be larger. So high school results pretty much remain static across ELA and math. When we look at performance levels, we see a similar trend, growing of 2% in math and 1% in ELA of those top performance levels. Again, we want to see that outside of 4 and above. But we did see a good shrinking of the bottom percentile in math. So losing 4%, shrinking that population by 4% on the bottom percentile. In ELA, it remained flat or static. We did meet minimum expected growth in ELA in high school. That's kind of opposite of our other levels, but we did meet that. We didn't meet our district growth goal of kind of that 55 and above, and math were under meeting expected minimum growth. So D11 students are growing as fast as their peers around the nation in ELA growth, but not in math. When we look at pre-post longitudinal analysis, we can see that we did shrink the bottom score, and but we also lost on the top. So you'll see that we don't go pre-pandemic the way that we did before, because high school participation was low in those years. And I want to point that out as a real positive, as a real shout out, that high school participation is very good, and even more importantly, high school engagement with their scores and their data. They are digging in and learning the lessons from this new tool in very profound and significant ways. They're becoming experts in using these data down to the student level. So I want to point that out. But again, these are our results kind of midstream in the pandemic. When we look at ELA, we're kind of flat on the bottom and shrunk on the top performance level. So from all intents and purposes, we are to the degree that we can know, we're kind of still at that same level and not coming out of that dip in the same way as we have with our other levels. So we show a little bit of recovery, but want to continue to push on that. So adjusted actions on high school.
Okay, great. So I'll highlight the things that are different specifically for high school. You can see under coherence in our systems, under one plan check-in meetings, we're going to look more specifically at our course embedded assessments in literacy and mathematics. So we can pull and have consistency where it makes sense, and look at that data more. We'll also be working to develop capstones for competency in literacy and mathematics as well. And those capstones can be used towards showing competency in those grade levels. So more to come there. In terms of content-specific professional learning, we are moving into providing more professional learning on what our criteria is for competency, to ensure that it doesn't matter what high school you're going to, that we all have this similar set of idea of what it truly means to be competent in those areas. And then lastly, in differentiation of instruction, that last bullet, monthly collaborative analysis and next step planning for right now, what we're calling on track to graduate and early warning indicators. We've got right now our teams putting final touches on having our systems for improving our data systems to ensure one, that we're looking at course completion, absenteeism, but that we're also looking at competency in terms of credits, completion of ICAP, and also completion of those competency measures to ensure that they're prepared to truly impact the world in grade level and beyond. So graduation and beyond. With that, we start actually tomorrow our first planning meeting where we're going to start to pull together a team. So school principals will be there along with their designated lead for this work and any additional team members they would like to bring to, I apologize for that, to put together plans for grade levels, specifically their seniors and juniors, and that will go on down as we continue to get better at this work, but that we can have impact on this year's data and work. So we'll have more of an update when we come back to the board. That's on the docket in terms of the secondary work with graduate profile on track to graduate financial literacy, but that's connected. And I'll stop there. And that concludes our high school.
Great.
Okay.
Any questions on high school?
Are we going to look at after this priority improvement schools?
Yep.
Okay. Bankers.
I just had a question, and that has to deal with, do we have any data, and I'm not asking that we get some if we don't have it, but do we have any data on how many of our high school graduates go on to a 4-year college experience and are put into remedial classes, either in reading or math, or not reading, writing or math? I don't know if we collect that data.
No, we don't have the data on whether they're remedial. We do have the data on the matriculation and where they go, but to my knowledge, I'll check with Dr. Mason. He's more well versed in that, but I don't believe we know if they are remediated or not.
And I'm not asking to seek it. I just wanted to know if we had it. Thank you.
We can certainly get it from UCCS and Pikes Peak State College. Part of the Mitchell Promise measures that matriculation and persistence. And one of the reasons that we wanted to add the idea of a dual credit opportunity at Mitchell is to make sure that we're not just passing on the problem, that we're having that rigor built back into it. So this is one of my stump speeches on not just a pre-K to 12, but a pre-K to 14 solution that is defined as public education. Because right now we push kids out into higher ed, and my youngest son's a perfect example. He's still finishing 100-level series courses in his junior year because he had to take some remediation coming out of some of the strongest schools in the country in Fairfax County. But we don't hold ourselves to a 12th grade standard as part of our graduation profile. So that's a much deeper conversation to understand where one's responsibility stops and another one starts, from the pre-K to 12 and then to the higher ed solution set. But we seek to be able to track that data as well, because it's really direct feedback on the product itself.
Mm-hmm. And I know that when my daughter was at Doherty, a point of pride for her language arts teacher, ELA teacher, was the fact that none of that teacher's students who went on to college ever had to take a remedial language arts class. And so that seems to be a standard by which some appraise their output.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Director Bankus. Any further thoughts or comments? Just speak up, Director Nelson.
On slide 37 and 39, I just want to make sure I'm grasping this data. So it says on slide 37, 48% in ELA are in the bottom quartile. So then when you go to slide 39 and we see that they're growing at 51. Is that percent? So are we saying that 48% of our high school students are in the bottom 25 percentile in the nation? And when compared to other students in the bottom 25%, they're growing similarly? Like we're comparing up to other kids who are also in the bottom. So that's good, they're growing, but it's that we're comparing against kids who are also in the bottom. Is that correct?
That is correct. So they are pooled with like test takers around the country based on performance, based on prior performance. So that is the nature. You've defined the problem around looking solely at growth without looking at performance, because we can have growth, but we still have a gap with performance or meeting grade level, and that's exactly why.
Okay, thanks. I just want to make sure that I was understanding that correctly. And then
Thank you for pointing that out, because that's hard to kind of intuit between the two numbers. So thank you for pointing that out.
So then on slide 40 versus 41. So we have fewer kids in the green area from mid-pandemic to now. And can you go to slide 41 really quick? I just need to see it to collect my thoughts. Again, we see, fewer kids in the green mid-pandemic to now. So that to me maybe speaks to that STAR is possibly a more accurate, giving us a more accurate look at how we're going to land in outcomes as far as CMAS. Would you say that's correct? Because Galileo is showing we have all these kids in green, but then when it comes down to CMAS, we're scoring so poorly. So the difference that we're seeing between the amount of kids in green between these two data points, when it doesn't make sense, because mid-pandemic, you would think there would be fewer than now. So is it just that difference of STAR might be a more accurate representation and really showing us what's actually happening?
I think that is part of it. Yeah, we have more confidence in STAR results, especially around growth, because it's calculated the exact same way and it's tied closely to Colorado standards. There is one piece that I didn't point out, and that is the fact that in Galileo, they collapsed the performance levels into 3 groupings to reflect, I believe, the College Board approach, where STAR breaks it out into following Colorado groupings. So we might actually have a pooling of students that's being reflected here that we're now breaking out into separate categories that might have been pooled over here.
Okay.
I would say to your first point that you're probably, I would say that's mostly correct. Yes, that we're excited to have this tool, because I do believe, and we do believe, that it's a better representation of Colorado standards and approaches.
Thanks for clarifying that too. Also about the green and the orange might be more of what we should be looking at numbers wise, because then they're very comparable.
Yeah, it's the comparison between.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see any further hand up.
Mel Packham.
Yes.
Just a clarifying point, or maybe a more of a rhetorical question for us to chew on. At what point, I understand, having a new superintendent, new admin team, new direction to teach and to train and to raise the level of expectation in certain areas for what we're desiring as new admin. But at what point does it become too much overload for teachers to attend PDs, professional learnings, learning walks, whether they're volunteering or voluntold to do so, the efforts and results thereof, those pieces. At what point do we overburden the teacher and they're gonna, I've heard from a couple of them saying, hey, we appreciate the intent of what the admin and the experts are coming in to do, but also let me have some time to just do my thing and teach. So I mean, hopefully the feedbacks that Tamara was talking about are going to be helpful in revealing that and saying, hey, it's you know, too overburdening our schedules, or it's just right. But that's more of a rhetorical thing to say, you know, how much do we trust the autonomy of the teacher? I realize, you know, our data is not where we want it to be, and we want to give them tools, but at the same time, how do we balance that with, hey, let the teachers have some time to plan or to chew on what we're giving them and to adapt it into their lesson plans and their teaching craft. So I don't need an answer, but just something to ponder.
Yeah,
So-
oh,
Okay, go ahead.
I'll just quickly, I'll say to that, we should always be pondering that, right? I said, you know, we are implementing a lot of things in the systems realm, in the professional learning realm, and our schools and our teachers, specifically, and our leaders are doing a nice job. And differentiation needs to occur at the district level, but it should also occur at the school level, right? So that should be our school leader helping to work with their area superintendents and know where is the immediate need to focus. How we're doing it at the district level right now, and again, we'll get even more feedback, continue to get that. But when I said we're moving into literacy second semester, we didn't put on both literacy and mathematics at the same time for, you know, specifically our elementary schools and others, because it was too much with it. And when we're moving it into second semester, it's not right away. It will be towards the end of the front part to the middle once we complete that cycle of mathematics. So we are trying to give the right balance there, and it's never going to be exactly the right balance for each individual teacher, each individual site. So that's why we depend on working together as a system and for differentiation to also occur at the school level.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate all of that. I also just want us to give them time to do their thing too. So it can be a lot. And as a former teacher, I know, you know, it's just like, okay, I've got all this stuff now. Let me go take it and try it and get back to you with some formative data, or, you know, chat with my team, or, you know, subject matter people, you know, so I appreciate that, but something to take in.
Completely agree. Yep. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks, Director Jurgensen. And the feedback that we are going to get from those surveys, hopefully that will also provide some guidance to our central admin team as to what our teachers are looking for in terms of professional development, in terms of PFI, all the various things that we are talking about. Just an overall thought to me with this results in the secondary schools, these results are far more sobering to me than even the elementary school results. It's flatlining, and we have over 50% of our students sometime in the bottom quartile. And especially in middle school, sometimes we just don't have that accountability built in the system where students can continuously earn F grades and move on to the next grade and the next grade. And then pretty much, you know, the students move to the next grade without being held accountable. So there are pockets of good things at the same time. Something good is happening at homes, both at ELA and math, you can see that. And at the high school level, Coronado and Odyssey, you can see the results there. So there are some good things happening, and maybe we can learn from it. I'll turn it over to you for the priority improvement schools.
All right. We are
Just briefly, as you get there, Dr. Malpacum, the point you just made about hopefully we can learn from it. We have to learn from this. The role of the district is not just to report on what is or isn't happening at the school level. The role of the district is to find the areas that need the supports and then share the best practices, never to be replicated. Every individual classroom, every individual student, every individual building needs a differentiated level of supports. but fitting them under a consistent frame allows you to get some economy of scale, that you're not constantly trying to first identify what are we missing in order to get where we need to get to. And so when we had our conversation earlier this week on planning for learning as compared to planning for teaching as an entry point into BFI, that doesn't mean that I expect to see, or we expect to see, any two teacher lesson plans exactly the same. It just means that the lesson plan needs to be focused on how it is that we're delivering instruction. The example I gave of visiting 3 classrooms on the first day back to school, and only one of those 3 actually had instruction as part of their objective, is not going to get us to close the gap. That's where we have to continue to press and say the best practice is every contact day counts. I lost sleep over canceling school today. It was the right decision for probably a third of our school in our community. It was probably the wrong decision for 2/3 of our schools in our community. That is a contact day that we don't get back again. And so this balance, to Director Jurgensen's comment as well, it is always going to be 1 step forward and 2 steps back, with the goal of the measurement of the 1 step forward exceeding the 2 steps back. We don't believe that we have all the answers. We want all the partnership, all the feedback that we can get, but we have to continue to say, you can't get to achievement without growth, but you can't win on growth alone. So we have to get ourselves there. And we are 55 days into that. And I think this next set of slides will be a real strong way for us to end this conversation tonight.
All right, thank you. So we will land this plane with priority improvement schools. I know it's a lot. Thanks for sticking with me. So when we disaggregate all our priority improvement schools, the big takeaway is 16 to 17 priority schools showed math improvement. Several of those, close to half, exceeded expected growth and showed significant improvement to moving more students into on track, meaning 5% or greater. All priority middle schools showed improvement in math between 1 to 6 percentiles. So remember, about 3 to kind of 4 and above percentiles is kind of outside the margin of error and can be attributable to some of our strategies. Mitchell increased the percentage of students by about 9% in their math performance, which we looked at with the high school, pulled that out individually. And then 16 of the 17 reduced the number of does not meet in ELA or math. So takeaway is that we are seeing our priority improvement schools responding favorably to the strong supports. If we look at this, I believe this slide was referenced earlier with the number of school visits based on the BFI goal and what the topic was. We will be looking at these data in other ways as well. I'm working with Nicole Ottmer and just being able to parse this data out in other meaningful ways to look at how it plays out on outcomes. Tamara, is there anything that you want to mention about this slide?
I just would underscore that the highlighted schools are our priority schools, and you can see that they're top realm in terms of the number of visits and being able to provide that flooded yet differentiated support.
Yeah, and so just to add, this is a repeat slide that came from the tabular data I shared with the board going into Christmas. Nicole and the area superintendents and Tamara's team have combined efforts. There's all kinds of subsets of the different ways that we're visiting schools, but we wanted to be very particular to say, again, as you hear me talk about equity, do you put your money where your mouth is? So we said that we were going to put resources into schools from central office, and that we would be specific in prioritizing our priority improvement and turnaround schools. And so this slide here shows you where we're spending our time. And you can see it's not a perfect representation because there are some other schools that have slightly higher number of visits in some of our priority schools. But as a whole, you see that trend that says the schools of greatest need got the greatest amounts of supports. Now, again, I and my team are on the hook for ensuring that we can get the needed amount of supports to all schools. That is part of our coherence and aligned strategy going forward in some of the partnerships that the Fund Balance Task Force supported, that now that we have these conditions set in priority schools, how is it that we get time for the area soups, that their specific coaches and then the other coaches and observations and feedback that we can get through CNI and teacher and ed effectiveness stretching into the other schools. I get this feedback all the time. I went to Mitchell last night for the orientation. It was the right space for me to be. I don't know if I'll get to Odyssey's orientation. I would love to be at Odyssey orientation as well. With the limited amount of time that we have to support schools, we're putting it where we believe that need is in this first year. And we're excited to see these results.
Great, thank you. So moving on, I just want us to take a look at and take into kind of absorb the trend that we see across this slide. So these are our priority elementary school math percentile changes. So the percent of students at each quartile. And these are our elementary priority improvement schools. So two things I want to point out: the steepness of the slope of each of the arrows, the direction, obviously, but also where they're starting out. In particular, when we look at Martinez, right, where they start out relatively high on the top, they grew that, they continued to grow that top performance level, top percentile, while shrinking the bottom. What we really want to look at and target for our turnaround schools is prioritizing shrinking the bottom quartile. Obviously, we want growth in the top where we can get it, but shrinking the bottom quartile is the most important takeaway because of where we started. So overall, very, very strong trends around Adams. Again, Martinez growing the top, Midland shrinking the bottom. When we look at ELA percentiles, we see again same trend down and to the right. So again, a little flatter based on the level of inputs that we put in, but McAuliffe, very strong, steep slope downward at that bottom level, and several others. Adams again in both ELA and math, really strong, moving students out of those bottom percentiles. This is at performance level, very similar trend. It's measuring essentially the same thing, but now we have the cut points based on the CMAS scores. So this is what it would look like if the CMAS was given today. This is what it would look like for us. When we look at ELA, again, similar trend where we have some of the flatter slopes, but in some places, some really good Martinez growing that top end again. So that's reflective there. Adams shrinking the bottom end. So again, these are all roughly the same type, well, not the same type of measures, but measures that correlate and align. And so we see the same trends. When we look across priority elementary math median growth percentile, we see the ones that are hitting at the levels that we really want to see, but across the board, with a few exceptions, some strong numbers. So 51 is meeting the minimum expected. So we have 54 at Audubon, 54 at Martinez, 56 at Penrose. But for the most part, the majority of them are meeting the minimum expected growth. This is in math. When we look at ELA, we see meeting minimum is at Adams, Martinez, Twain, right at the minimum expected growth. We have a little bit more predominance at the lower level now in ELA, but again, the investment, I think we can see that the investment will pay off in the future. When we look across secondary schools, just want to give us a moment to take a look at this. This is important data because across secondary, so these are both our middle and high schools. We can see in some cases shrinking that bottom level. Again, in Mitchell, we want to point that out at math. Some really good work there, and then also Sabin. While not officially turnaround, we have them on that list of priority schools and giving those supports too. So good things happening. We want to see that slope increase downward to shrink that bottom percentile rank, but we see that trend overall. When we look at ELA, no surprise here, flat or even growing in some cases, and that's concerning when we have growth in that bottom level from fall to winter. We want to definitely really hone in on that. And again, we can pinpoint down to the student that started out stronger in fall and is dropping off in winter is one that we're going to highlight, and school teams are really going to focus in on to provide the supports down to the student level. When we look at the math performance across secondary, for performance level, very similar to percentile, as would be expected. And ELA, a little bit flatter and in some cases growing. When we look at math MGP, we can see Swigert exceeded, pretty much met expected growth. And among, that's, they were the only one that did. Sabin came close within math. And Swigert again at a 52 and a 49 in ELA Sabin, so a very similar trend. So adjusted actions.
Okay, great. So adding on the new pieces specifically for priority improvement schools. Again, a lot of these things we're starting first with priority schools, but in the systems level, we are, that third bullet down, increasing support of our principal leaders and teacher leaders or instructional leadership team through work connected to our recent Colorado Department of Education EASY grant. So that's specific professional learning and wraparound support for our schools. That second column in content-specific professional learning, again, starting first in our movement in second semester to supporting with planning for learning in literacy. And then that last column, those launching an expanded academic learning specific tutoring opportunities that are in addition to on top of what we've already provided for that first semester. I think those are some additional main pieces I want to highlight, and I think here we can open up to the last set of questions.
Okay, thank you. Any thoughts or questions? And the rest of it is appendix, and the board can look at it in your free time. And then if you have any questions or comments, you can circle back with an email. Any closing thoughts, comments on the priority improvement schools? Director Jurgensen.
Just a comment, I look at, if you go back a couple slides, we look at, Sabin and just the, having the proper principal in place in our buildings and the difference that makes, just Sabin's gains in math this year, as previously mentioned, but, just a shout out to, what having the good people in place does for building and culture and, setting that expectation. So, specifically there, but I know it's in a couple of our other schools, Bristol's principal is on fire and engaging, and just things like that, that's where we see a lot of things is those principal leaders are key, and we leverage them, and they got a team with buy-in. Nothing can stop them, so and I know we know that, so just celebrating the fact that that's a piece that we can capitalize on and do.
And thanks, Director Jurgensen. Dr. Kalki, if you go forward one slide, and just adding on to what Director Jurgensen said, the MGP growth that you had for the middle school, I think it was a couple of slides for maybe, yeah, there you go. And then on the flip side, for what Director Jurgensen said, if you look at Galileo, both in ELA and math, they are at 37 MGP. And we know that directly related possibly to the leadership out there, or there was a leadership change in the middle of the year. So it does speak to, we need to have the right principal in the right school who is the instructional leader out there. So any other thoughts or comments or questions? Just speak up, Director Ott.
Thank you. So I'm always curious, as I looked at some of the results for some of the schools, and I think this goes to Superintendent Gall's comments about, and maybe yours, Tamara, about the being addressing other schools' needs and making sure they have the time and the resources. Because as I look at some of those other schools, my concern is that they will be our next improvement schools based on the results. So can you elaborate on if you have a plan for how to address those needs?
First, I'll let David talk about how close we were on some of the schools that were listed as priority this year. Again, going from 5 to 17 in the first 3 months of my arrival was certainly not in my 90-day plan, but we're happy for the challenge. The flatness that you see in the other schools, we don't think is presenting a threat that they will slide down, but we do need to make sure that we are moving all schools. I believe that a lot of this is change management strategy. We know that we have sound instructional strategies. Again, BFI was a decision that the district had made well before at least my arrival and the folks that have joined the team with me and some of the strategies we've brought to bear. And so the question now is, how do we get the momentum to continue? I talk about 75% of central staff, which I believe I have 100% of my executive cabinet all on board. I've always said I need 51% of principals for us to be at a tipping point. I know we're well past that. And I said right now this year, I need a third of the teachers to believe that the results that they're seeing and the tools that they're given to perform the skills that they are the most trained to be able to deliver will get them there. This idea that we can get there as a system has to become universal over several years, or we always run the risk of that sliding backwards. The goal right now for our team is to continue to spend the bulk of this semester with the priority schools as we start to now go to the places that mid-year data has told us that there are challenges. And so, David, do you have that other slide as well, the first year principal slide? And if you do, if you could just bring it up. And so we know that first year principals require more support, but when we pulled this data, we actually saw that first year principals as a cohort are outperforming existing principals. And so we have to make sure that we're evaluating all schools against this same standard. I love the challenge. My team loves the challenge, but make no mistake about it. There's never going to be enough support in public education for anyone to think that you can get to a top-down initiative. This has to be something that seeds itself and shares itself and becomes a grassroots campaign. I believe that we have the school leaders in place that are brave enough to know that the challenges that they have and that we have the resources to be able to overcome them. This data is as transparent as we could hope it could possibly be, and we are being responsive to that. And if anybody needs more data, we have it. I've added 2 slides to this deck. David's trying to pull them up because we have a requirement to post on Friday, but we've had 2 work days since Friday. And what we don't want to do is stop the work. So over the last 2 days, we looked at 2 specific other subgroups, which is minority students within priority schools and first year principal cohort. Now I know that's not posted, but this is FYI only. And so I thought it would be important to be able to bring these up. And so if you look at the first year cohort principals, you can see I'll let David talk to the numbers, but the takeaways are in the bottom right, and you can see the slope of the line. Our first year principals have been very responsive to the strategies that were brought in. Now, we have to own that because we're not abandoning all principals. We love the leaders that we have. We have not been moving on principals. We've not been moving on central office staff. This is our team. We celebrate our team. This is the team that'll get us there. But there's something for us to investigate and see, how does the first year principal cohort match to the number of visits that we're given? Or are we hiring on a set of attributes now that is more aligned to the strategy that we're bearing? Data will always tell us where to look, and it's on us to be able to investigate that and look forward. David, anything to add to this slide?
No, just that I think it's the +9 growth is huge. Right? It's big over this pool of first year. And this is first year that probably predominate in turnaround, but are not solely turnaround. And so to the question, which I think is a great one, how are non-turnaround schools being supported? I think it's there. And I will just say anecdotally from my neck of the woods in supporting with performance matters items, as well as Star Renaissance, I my staff and Dr. Mason's staff are highly involved in the schools that are really outside of that priority performance. They are engaging with this data at a deep level as well, requesting additional follow-up, and we're pushing into those schools as time allows. So certainly there's always the resource question and the opportunity question, but I can say from Star Renaissance and Performance Matters, they're getting significant support.
And I would just add, connected to what David just said, and Director Ott, I think that was such a fabulous question and point, because it is the balance of what we try to do to provide what we need as an overall system and what individual schools need, regardless of level. What we do know is if you try to be all things to all people, you end up not doing anything well, right? And you don't see gains. And that is true with data. So there does need to be a certain level of focus, but we continually need to monitor the data and make adjustments along the way. You see that with how we're modeling the adjustments we're making in our plan. And you can see that what will happen at the individual school level as well. But connected to what David's saying, every school in our system gets support, but we do a tiering of support, right? So every school gets a first tier of support. What's consistent provided across the system in professional learning, connected to having an area superintendent model. And then you have more defined and more specific and more frequency with the schools that need more, quite frankly, the tier 3. And tier 2, we have some of the pieces. I would equate it to what Superintendent Gall talked about towards the very beginning of the year with dial-in supports, right? So we're seeing things as we're providing the same level of support with our check-ins with principal leaders in schools, dialing in those needed supports, but they don't need the same level of support as maybe one of our tier 3 schools. So that is a way that we'll continue to work on, have to be in communication with our area teams to make sure that we've got the best system in place to be able to tackle that. But you know, that we have to be cognizant of what we can actually do and provide. Otherwise, we don't provide anything well.
Thank you.
Director Ott, do you have any follow-up?
I do. Just a different question, actually. I appreciate that. And I should note, I do appreciate that you highlighted some of the adjustments you're making in both the slides and verbally. It's a lot in the slides. It's like, well, what is actually being adjusted? What's just continued? So I appreciated that. One other note, and this kind of goes to Director Bankes's question and President Malpackham's note about the numbers. And when I look at the subgroups, some of them are, oh, that's great. And yet there is still obviously some issues. But that also leads us to the question of what do these numbers represent in terms of the population being measured? How many people took the test and were participating? And I don't think we have that information in here. So, well, it might not need to be something in these slides and go back and adjust them. Maybe in the future, we can have those population numbers even for the schools and the grades. Because I kept writing myself notes, these are not the be all and end all of every child in our schools. These are, of course, the one day, one test, but it's not everybody. And so we're making progress, but it's still small populations. That's my impression.
Yeah, so we had the most participation this year, so 93% participation overall. I hear
Okay.
your point about knowing the participation and sample size. That's a reasonable and a good request, I think. So we'll include that in the future. But these are representative. It is definitely a representative sample that we can take actions on. And again, I want to reiterate, just as the data guy, I want to reiterate your point. Yeah, we are looking at the scoreboard right now, right? We are the action on the field. Like, we don't just stand on the sidelines and hope for the scoreboard to change, right? We have plans and we have strategies and we have whatever sports ball analogy you want to use, plays, positions, whatever it might be, that we target on a repeated and quick cycle metric. So while it's important to look at the scoreboard every now and then, which we're doing now, this is not the work. This is responding to the work. And so I just want to reiterate and say out loud how much we've appreciated working with CNI and Tamara's team and really tightening up this message that the score is not these numbers are not the end all be all. They are responding numbers to good strategies. And so I just want to reiterate and agree with you on your point that that's well taken.
Thank you for the participation numbers. That is more meaningful than knowing it was that high. So thank you.
Just to remind the board, at BOY, beginning of year, David did come forward and brief a similar statistic at how high a compliance rate we had in such a short period of time. And I don't need to go backwards to that number, but I have asked David to be completely transparent on what is happening, particularly on a switch from an older interim assessment to a new one, to understand if it was fitting the needs as perceived by our school leaders and teachers. And so we are getting strong indications that STAR, it will be a better tool for our schools than was Galileo before it. And so again, hats off to the board and the team before the team that's standing here now that made those decisions. It will serve us well going forward.
Yeah, if I can, since he's on the call, just throw out a thank you to Dr. Mason. And he pulled together a really representative team to review this. And he's continuing in conversations as follow-up with the team from all levels to gauge how helpful and how useful the tool is. And we have several market signals that are showing us that people are really, that lead teams are really jumping in and wanting more tools to be able to use. So,
David, could you briefly just, I know we talked about the STAR 360 pilot. Can you make that connection for folks on how that's a deeper relationship with the existing STAR, and maybe even talk about what Principal Butcher's trying to do with that over at Queen Palmer?
Sure. And I might have Eric, if you can pop on. So STAR 360 is the full suite of STAR Renaissance. Our initial contract was just for STAR Reading and STAR Math, their basic assessment system. STAR 360 purchases the whole suite, and that includes STAR Early Reading. So Tamara mentioned just in passing, we're looking at comparing Acadient's data to other possibilities. STAR Early Literacy and Early Reading is one of those that we might be looking at and comparing and doing a crosswalk with. There's also the possibility, and this is Ms. Butcher and possibly some other schools piloting using STAR Renaissance assessments as a progress monitoring tool to look at growth between beginning of year, between fall, winter, and spring benchmarks, so that they can kind of fill in some gaps as they need to. We are developing the materials to look at which tools are the best for what a school wants to accomplish. So in some cases, STAR 360 as a progress monitoring might be the best fit. In other cases, Performance Matters might be the best fit. And we're developing those resources and those tools right now. Dr. Mason, can you speak to any other pieces within 360 that I missed?
They do have some additional custom-based measures that are geared for students at lower grade levels to measure growth in math and language. That work similar to some of our tools that we have available to schools like AimsWeb. I don't know how familiar you are with that, but it's used with a lot of our special education programs. They have some tools that are very similar. Renaissance Learning has a suite of tools available. One of the ones that is most used throughout the state of Colorado is the STAR Early Literacy, which would be equivalent to Acadience. So that's definitely an equivalent tool. It's just a matter of discovering whether or not it's the best tool for our district and for our schools. We've put a lot of investment into Acadience and training. And then, as you mentioned, the STAR Custom, which is essentially a assessment system allowing teachers to build tests from items that are already available, or they can make their own, which replicates exactly what we have in Performance Matters. Performance Matters provides a lot of benefit for schools because it integrates directly with PowerSchool and Schoology. And so that's been something that folks have highlighted as an ease of use piece. But there's we're looking at the value that can be found in having your district benchmark data right there next to an assessment system that you can quickly build an assessment with. And that's what Principal Butcher is taking a look at.
So the reason I asked, and thank you, Eric, for joining. David, very smart to have an Eric in your back pocket. The reason I asked for us to take a small deep dive on that is it kind of answers the fundamental question of, if you can't be all things to all people, how do you let other people lead you to the places that you need to go? If we went back 75 slides, it said very early on, Queen Palmer was one of the top schools for growth in growth performance and percentile in both math and ELA. And I recall last year during my interview process, reviewing board meetings where the board had celebrated the work that was happening at Queen Palmer. And so giving even our strongest schools differentiated levels of supports to be able to build us a pathway forward that may or may not work for other schools is exactly the space that we want our central office to be. This is not square peg, round hole. We are not hammering home a singular solution. We are developing the relationships and the needs with schools by surrounding them with our subject matter experts to find out what is it that Principal Butcher and her team need to move into the 70s in growth. And I'm confident that she'll be able to get there. And so, again, that is not an edict that says every school is going to be able to get access to that. We always take differentiated opportunities and try and put a measurable ROI on that to determine if there's something for us to learn as a whole, or if it's just an opportunity for the one school itself. Tamara, do you want to add to that in some of the experiences you've seen in other districts on how different schools can grow at different rates, but everybody can move together as a whole?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, it ties down to what you're saying with the example of highlighting bright spots, again, which we're incorporating into our system, and then lifting up learning from our schools directly, listening to what they're suggesting based on their need and their plan. And I'll just say, connected to it, I was thinking of it, the middle school interventions that we're providing specifically in literacy for Tier 2 are direct connection to the work and the requests from meeting with our middle school leaders. But I absolutely have seen that in a network in an area when you're tiering support like that and having opportunities for them to be engaged in learning within cohorts, but then also when you're differentiating support and highlighting the bright spots, everybody rises, and they don't have to have the exact same level of support, but they have to have common support or things that are common by which to talk through. And then some opportunities for if you just need to add some smaller things, or maybe a one-time professional learning or that sort of thing, that's where the differentiation comes through. So you give, just like in a classroom, you give all students what they need, but all students don't need necessarily the same thing. And that would mean with the same level of support, just like with the frequency for one-on-one interactions with the teacher for reteaching of a concept or an intervention. We don't all need that same similar thing, but we all need an eye on how we're learning, what we're doing, and what's the best way to meet us where we're at. And we will never be perfect with on things. We will always constantly have to be modeling, adjusting, and when we have failures, quickly having those rapid cycles of failures and moving forward, as Mike was saying, to step backs to move forward. That's that's what will continue to get us there.
Okay. Any more closing thoughts or comments from the board? Director Nelson.
Wanted to take something off of your to-do list. I found the dyslexia information that you sent previously. So if there's no new updates, I'll just go back and refresh myself on that. It's just been a while and I forgot. So thank you for that. But if didn't want to let you know, you don't need to send it again. And then I also wanted to say thank you for adding, I don't know if it was in your intentions all along to provide the history of previous years, but that was an ask that I had of Mr. Gall. And so just thank you for providing that, because it really helped me to see a reference point of we're looking at growth, but we grow every year from fall to winter. So how does it compare to previous years? So thank you for including that historical data as well. Really valuable for me. Thanks.
So just adding on to what Director Nelson said, I really, really appreciate the comprehensive nature of this report that was presented. This is a lot of data that was presented, dissected so many different ways by subgroups, disaggregated several different ways. The way the data was presented, it was easy to read and digest. The arrows and the explanation made it really explain it in layman terms to all of us. The data is just a snapshot in time, but the data, when we have it, it helps us make informed decisions. So thank you for putting this together. This is something a long time coming. And circling back to that participation rate, that information that you shared too at 93%, I know during COVID, some of that participation rate really kind of fell down, and there was not enough students participating. And in the final state testing, we need at least 95% participation. If not, the state can hold us accountable. So I'm glad that the participation is growing back again to that higher levels. And I really appreciate all the work that went into this, the priority improvement schools that were highlighted, and elementary, middle, and high schools. So, Director Loma.
Yeah, I'm reminded of my first tenure, and we had similar problems, but we didn't have the camouflage of the pandemic to hide behind. And they kept saying this, and I didn't like it at the time. They would say, well, there's no silver bullet to education. And I refused to believe that, but I didn't have no data to argue. But what you've done, Dr. K, and your team, it tells me a lot. It just shows that there's great work being done. That like I said before, may not be a silver bullet, but you found casings that we could trail and find a solution. And I feel really confident that we are in the right direction. I was amazed by how many pages you gave us. I said, oh my goodness. But I will.
So are we.
Yeah, I will take my time and rehash it over and over. So thank you so much to all of you, and to our superintendent for charging you with that, and everybody involved. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
A couple of quick questions or feedback to you, Superintendent Gall. One would be, I think we are still in the timeline for the summer enrichment, and that is coming up. Maybe at some point in time, you can provide a board an update on that, where we are with summer enrichment that's coming up in 3 or 4 months. We got to make sure that if we are going down that pathway, we've had in the past questions about that it is being implemented with fidelity and it's being marketed. Parents are probably making plans for summer even right now. So that's one feedback to you. Hopefully you can circle back with us with a work session on summer enrichment. And then the last question to you is, you in December shared that performance plan with us, and looking at the data that's being presented to us, are we on track to achieve some of the objectives at the end of the year that you highlighted in your performance plan?
I believe we are on track. I would never hang a complete star on mid-year data of a first year of an interim assessment, but I think particularly the feedback that we're getting at the priority school level, those numbers are moving in such a positive direction that they don't fit within the margin of error of what you might see on just the adaptation to a new assessment. And with the bulk of that work really being on constantly moving half of the schools forward at least one level, we feel good for the end of the year on that number. This really isn't on me. This is a reflection of the team. We all inherited from 5 to 17 schools. That's 33% of our schools on priority improvement or turnaround, of which no other neighboring district has suffered that same slide during the same conditions of COVID. And so the intentionality of the way that this team and the staffs at the buildings and teachers have responded to the opportunity really makes us confident that, to Director Loma's point, that we are headed in the right direction. As far as updates coming forward, I think we're planning on having that in the second work section in February. I'll have to check that. We're working on those plans right now. It was a topic during executive cabinet just on Tuesday, and we'll have that for the board's review in a timely manner.
Okay, and the last question, maybe to Dr. Koliki on this. All these data that you shared, individual student data, this is going out to parents. Parents are getting this information on how the students performed in the mid-year assessments.
Yes, the parent report is available in STAR, and it is at the student level and the principal level to send those out.
Okay, and
we're going to use that as a way to build our parent portal participation in Power School as well.
Yeah, I'm glad, and when you look at some of these schools that are achieving year after year, and I'm talking about the Chipeta, the Scott, the Rudy, Stratton, one common theme you would see in all these schools is high parent engagement. And that translates into student academic growth and achievement. So we want our parents engaged, and hopefully all our schools can go about doing that. So if there are no further final thoughts or comments, thank you again. Thank you for presenting this detailed report, and we look forward to further conversations in this area. And I will also echo Director Loma's comments. I think the data shows that we are heading in the right direction, and with continued support and resources to our priority improvement schools and all our schools, we will see the outcomes, desired outcomes at the end of the year. With that, Marcella, is there anything in the other portion of the agenda that I need to comment on? One thing I do want to mention to the board, January 31st, I think that's a Tuesday, from 3 to 6 is the board retreat. Dr. Walt Cooper will be there for that. So circle that in your calendar. I think I sent you an email on that. I think Marcella, right now we are trying to figure out the location. Once I have the details, I'll circle back and let you know. Anything else that I'm forgetting, Marcella?
No, the board retreat was the only update.
Okay, Director Loma, you had a
This is something personal. I just got word a few minutes ago that my daughter will be induced on the 25th. So I won't be here on the 25th. I'll be flying to California. She's having twins, but I'll leave on the 24th. So I just want to let you know, now we're going to have twins. So I'm pretty excited about that.
So congratulations on that. So we'll pray for healthy mom and healthy delivery of the kids too. So are you participating on the 25th remotely?
I will be remotely, if, pending nothing crazy.
Okay. So we'll make sure that you get the link. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Any other final thoughts or comments from the board? Any closing thoughts from you, Superintendent Gall?
Just continuing that this is just the best experience, and I know my team is feeling it. There's nothing more rewarding than good sweat equity, the hard work that's gone in, the smiles on the face of the leaders when we had K-12 PD last week, when we went around and just celebrated the folks with the strongest results, sheepishly standing up and being recognized for their hard work. It's contagious. It's contagious. Winning's contagious in the right way. So we're super excited about the future. Thanks for your support.
Thank you.
One other piece. Can I just mention real quickly?
Sure.
If you go to slide 280, I just want to, no, I'm just kidding. I just want to point out a little bit of back end stuff here. All of these slides, all of these graphs, and the various ways that we could slice and dice them, these are all coming out of PowerSchool. So this is a PowerSchool tool that is working on all cylinders. And this is how we were able to produce this information. So again, I want to give a huge shout out to Eric because he did a lot of this work to get this back up and running. But I just want to, because of our PowerSchool hiccups in the past, I just want to point out that all of this came out of our PowerSchool Who Knew It Unified Insights tool, and it's working really well. So thank you.
Great. Anytime PowerSchool is working, that's good news. So thank you again. It's good to have all these data, but our teachers, they are the education professionals out there. They got to be able to use this data and make sense of this data and make sure that instruction is tailored to what this data is indicating. So thank you. Thank you again. We are officially adjourned at 8:14 p.m. Thank you. Have a good night.